Hello. Good morning. Good afternoon. What's up? What's up? All right. Let's open the vaults. Morning matters. Hey, Adyssa. What's up? What's up? Intro button works. Amazing. Ooh. I have a new recommendation on Spotify. Happy Beats. That sounds right up my alley. Hey, Twig. So when are we getting in Plus? This week? Maybe? On beta, I mean. Rate testing is this weekend, right? It's tomorrow. No. Friday. No, Thursday, right? It is tomorrow. Tomorrow at 10 p.m., right? Are we raiding tomorrow? I don't think we're raiding tomorrow. Or? No, I don't think so. Let me check. We're not raiding tomorrow. Hey, good. So we can do raid testing. That's gonna be cool. I guess there isn't... It's gonna be interesting with raid testing because they didn't give everyone access yet. They didn't give all of the Hall of Fame guilds access. So that's weird. I hope they're gonna do that still because that's usually what they do, right? Usually all of the Hall of Fame guilds gets access before raid testing happens. Yeah, Friday I'm probably not gonna do raid testing. But tomorrow is fine. Yeah, but where's some plus testing though? Hot fixes. I think these are live server hot fixes though. Queen could damage players in cases where they were unable to react. Oh, that's nice. Okay, then there's a lot of Wrath of the Lich King stuff. Okay, that's it. So they fixed this. It's good though, it's good. Yeah, then there's a new key giveaways if you guys need keys. What's today? Oh yeah, so from today onwards, all of these creators give away keys if you still need a beta key. It's Jack, Fendi. I don't know who that is. Golden Guardians. Oh. I don't know who that is. Oh, this is the RP streamer, right? Oh, Quinn is also giving away keys. Look at Caxman, Method, Narcoles, Cyber. Yeah, go check him out if you want some keys. Enter all of the giveaways. Surely you'll win one of them. Hey Arya, what's up? Hey Kajuka. Is this the beta key? Yeah, so how was Wrath of the Lich King start? Did y'all play? Or are you still playing? How was the start? Was it like laggy or bad or lots of queues? Or is it fine? What's this? Chinese pianist Lang Lang has collaborated with Blizzard to bring the music of Astaroth to life. Ooh, that sounds nice. AKQs? Ooh. How long is that? That's pretty cute. Dude, I love the piano. It's so nice. I love the venue where they filmed this. It looks really cute. 100+ minutes? Okay, that's not that bad, I guess. I mean, it's bad, but... like, it could be worse, right? Oh... you had 8-hour queue? Ooh, okay, that's really bad. Exactly, Blight Rose, as long as you believe in it. If you believe in it, you'll win. Thank you, Cheese. I'll need it. I have a feeling I'm not getting an upgrade. I have a bad feeling. Actually, I just said that you have to believe in it and then it happens. So I don't have a bad feeling. I have a great feeling. I'm gonna get an upgrade on both of my characters. Oh, I actually got my ring. They sent me my ring. They sent me a new ring and now I managed to suck at it. Well, that's nice. Thank you on Wrath. Oof. Yeah, I guess the big servers have lots of a big queue. I love that. That's really nice. They also posted some tier sets, right? What do the tier sets look like? Priest. I like this priest one, but it looks a bit like the lightning and stuff is not very priesty. Or am I just like the lightning seems like more like a shaman or something? It does look really nice, though. I like it. No, the PvP one looks really cool. Oh, they all have lightning effects? Oh, okay, that makes sense. Maybe because it's... ah, okay. Then it's fine, I guess. There were other sets as well, right? They didn't only post priest. Or weren't there other sets as well? Oh yeah, there's monk, paladin, warrior, hunter, warlock. Let's take a look at monk. And there's what's up. Okay, monk looks... yes, I'm not the biggest fan of this. They always do this, not always, but sometimes they do this, mainly with monk. They have these like shoulder pads that are very like flat. And it looks like, I don't know, I'm not the biggest fan of that design where it's like super, super flat. You know, it's like this I don't know. It looks like the whole character looks like a triangle, you know, at the top. The design of it is nice, like with the pearls here is really cool. But yeah, I just don't like this like whole flat thing. Otherwise it looks nice, I guess. I like this color scheme here. It's from normal mode. Wait, the gray one is mythic? What? The gray one looks the worst, no? I like the other ones a lot more. And the gray one's mythic. What? Yeah, normal looks really good. Normal looks better than all the other ones. I also like the purple a lot. Purple is really cute. And then we have Paladin. Why is all the mythic ones gray? All the mythic ones are gray. What? This looks nice, but it also doesn't look like a paladin to me. But I mean, in the end, like what it was, it doesn't really matter, I guess. Like what even looks like a paladin? I don't know. I mean, this honestly looks more like a monk to me than a paladin. Or a shaman, yeah. Ooh, I always like the warrior shoulders. They have this design with warrior shoulders where it goes like up and a bit out. You know, like the line here goes a bit outwards. And I always like that. I like that design. That one looks cool. Yeah. Oh wait, they have a full like mask without... Oh, that looks really cool. Like they don't have holes for like the eyes or anything. They look like a stone. Like a big stone. I love that. That's really nice. I love this set. This is really, really cool. And you look like a stone golem or something. Which is so fitting for warriors, right? That is really cool. Then we have Hunter. And they also don't have the helmet thing. I'm not sure about the top of the helmet here. Oh, it's supposed to be like you basically look like a boss or something, like, right? Like from the side, it looks like it's like literally a different like a boss model. It looks like it's like a bird or something. I like it. It's interesting. Yeah, I like this a lot. It's just cute. And this is nice. Then Warlock. Oh wow, Warlock is not... Okay, so usually I think that Warlock is like... Warlock almost always is like really good looking sets, I think. But this one, there's definitely other ones that I liked more than this, I think. It's not bad. But I think there are other ones I liked a bit better. Oh, the lightning connects at the top. That's cute. Yeah, so the lightning goes between the things to the top. That's kind of cute. Yeah, which one do I like the most? I mean, now that I look at Monk again, I like Monk. It's just that the gray one on the Monk looks pretty bad. Like, the gray one is like, eh. To be fair, all of the gray ones are... Except Warrior. I think Warrior looks good with the gray version, because it's a stone, and then it's like, you know, it like makes sense. But for most of the other versions, I think gray's like the ugliest one, even though it's mythic. Like for Monk, for example, the gray one looks kind of meh. Especially because you see how like the highlights of the set are like, for example, on the shoulders, these like pearls or whatever they are. And they just look so much better when they're colored, right? Like when it's gray and then the color of the pearls is just yellow or blue. Because they like you see them more. And then the gray one, they're white. So you like barely see them, you know? The contrast is just not as big. So that's why I prefer like the other ones. It's not that bad on some of the other sets though. Like on the Paladin one, I don't mind the gray one as much. And then the Warrior one, I also don't mind the gray one. In fact, I think the gray one is the prettiest one on the Warrior. Because it fits more to the style of it being like resembling stone, you know? I like this more than those. No, the monk one is on Wowhead as well. I just saw it earlier, right? Or did I make that up? Didn't I see shaman earlier? Oh no, it was priest. Never mind, it was priest. Hey Gixie, what's up? Check the others. Where are the others? In game or what? Their horns look weird. The warlock horns. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't mind them. I think they're okay. They already had these kind of horns in the last one, though, right? Like it looks like bunny ears. Priest looks like mage. No. I think what really makes a priest look like priest. So at first when I was looking at it, I thought it looked like shaman because of the lightning. But the lightning is part of all of the sets, so it's fine. But the thing that makes this really look like priest is like these ribbons or whatever they are across the shoulders. And also here at the bottom. I think that really makes it look like priest. It's very priesty, this part, right? But yeah, the shoulders themselves and the helmet maybe doesn't look super, super priesty. I agree. But I think I could recognize that this is priest if I saw it without knowing beforehand. I like the purple a lot. Purple is really nice. Their horns look like angel wings. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, you're right. Also from the back, it also looks very, very priesty, right? With these things going down here at the back. Also the cloak has the same like theme. I like it. Do you guys ever use the transmog of these tier sets anymore though? Like I mean, I personally am not a transmog person at all, so I never use transmogs, really. But sometimes I'm looking at these transmogs, and then I'm like really, like I'm thinking, oh, this is not so good, and like I'm kind of upset if the druid one is not pretty, but then I don't use the druid one anyway, you know? Like I never really use these transmogs. I don't know, do you guys actually use them? The mask is meant to be owly? Yeah, maybe. You can't test the new talents because they're not on beta yet. They didn't put them on beta. Yeah, whenever I do use a tier transmog, it's almost always old tier, like really, really old tier. The tier sets that I transmog the most or like thought of the most or like the most is always like tier 3, tier 4, tier 2, tier 5, like those really, really old sets from like Classic and TBC. I always thought those ones are like the best, but it's also, I don't think that they were necessarily the best transmogs that they ever made. It's just that I think you just remember them more because back then transmogging didn't exist. So when someone had like a full tier set, it was much more memorable to you, right? Like if someone was standing there with a full tier 3 or full tier 4 or tier 5, you would like really, really like remember it because you couldn't transmog it. So they had those items, right? And it wasn't like, I don't know. I think it's more like a memory thing rather than them being like much, much better than the current ones. Yeah, it's like iconic, I guess. Because the current tier sets, they're not bad at all. But I just feel like there's nothing super special to them, you know? Because you can get them from LFR and from anything, really, right? So it's not like super special if you have it, I feel like. And then there's also all of these recolors as well, which didn't exist in the past. In the past, you didn't have any recolors of the set, really. So it was just kind of, this is a set, you know? Yeah, that is very interesting in the size of the wisp. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. It's possible that they do it today, because raid testing is tomorrow. So it's very possible that they're patching the beta today and possibly put in the druid talents. Possibly. Don't know. They might also just fix a lot of bugs as well, because there's a lot of bugs that they have to fix to make sure people can actually test the bosses properly, because a lot of talents aren't working. So I'm not sure if they focused on that or not, or if they don't care. Yeah, I honestly miss the times where transmog wasn't a thing, because I do know that people love transmog, but I don't know. I just really loved, like, I always felt like farming sets and stuff, like having a full set had like an additional effect again, because right now, if you farm an item, or like right now, if you really need an item, you're of course happy if you get the item, because of the power that it gives you. But in the past, I felt like I was not only happy because of the power that it gave me, but also because it made my character look different. It was like 2 in 1, you know? It like gave me the character power, plus it gave me this like the change of appearance. And I knew that if I go around and I see someone else, then I knew, like I see what this person is wearing, like what items and stuff. And I always thought that was cool. But then, of course, a lot of characters also looked really, really ugly because most people didn't have like a full set. Or not only that, it was also that sometimes the full set was not the best that you could wear. So sometimes people were wearing really ugly things that didn't fit together just because they were actually the best in slot items, but they didn't look good together, right? This specifically happened in Classic. I remember that back then you didn't have armor. Like basically if you were playing Paladin, you could wear leather or cloth and it wouldn't be worse for you. It just gave you less armor. But if you didn't need the armor, then it didn't matter. So I remember in Classic, the Paladin that my brother and I were playing was wearing leather pieces and cloth pieces. I was wearing this like blue cloth robe that was like the best in slot for holy paladins. It was this like priest robe. So I was wearing this blue priest robe, and I was wearing green leather shoulders. I think the green leather shoulders were from the second to last boss in MC. What was the boss called? The one with all of the ads. With the lava in the middle. Major Domo. Yeah, Major Domo leather shoulders. I was wearing those. And then I was wearing this blue robe from Priest. I think that one was from the first boss from Ankirai or something. And then I was wearing some plate stuff. So I looked ridiculous. Like I looked so, like my character just looked so dumb. But it was the best in slot pieces to wear for like a healer. Yeah, Sabla, we did. Alright, let's open the vault. Full sets also do not look that well. Best is to combine items to create good contrast, as sets are mostly same color. I do like wearing full sets. I think it looks good. Depending on the set, of course. The one thing that bothers me the most, and I'm so glad Blizzard announced that they're gonna change this, but I always, like, I never managed to play the race that I wanted from, like, like, the way it looks. Because as a druid, for example, I can only play troll or tauren if I'm horde. And that is, like, that's so bad. Like, I had to play the whole goddamn World of Warcraft history playing a race that I don't like playing, that I don't like the way it looks. And it bothers me so much, and I'm so glad that they're changing it. They did say it's going to take a long time for Druid, though, because Druid has all of the forms, and they need to change the way the forms look like if you play a different race, which means that Druid is probably going to take forever for them to actually make it available for all races. And then additionally, I also wish they would fix the racials as well, because if I am allowed to play Undead as a Druid, I would love to play Undead, but if the racial is really shitty, then it still sucks, right? I would love to play Undead Druid. It would be so good. But yeah, if the racial is really bad, then maybe I wouldn't even be able to play it either. I don't know. It's the same as I have to play Dwarf on my Warlock if I want to do it in Plus, right? It's like, ugh. I mean, I don't have to, of course, but... I just don't like the whole... Like, it's not that I don't like racials. I think racials are... like, I think they're an interesting kind of thing to have. But then at the same time, I don't like that it's forcing me to play a race I don't want to play from, like, you know, the way it looks. So I wish... I'm not sure if that's something they could possibly do. But I wish they would let you play a certain race from, like, the looks, and then let you choose a different racial from a different race. You know? Like, if I, for example, would say, hey, I want to play Undead Druid, but only from the looks, and then I have all of the racial effects from, like, a different race. Yeah, any Twitch Primes, guys? Yeah, or maybe they could also just get rid of racials. Ah, fuck it. Yeah, racials are kind of whatever. Alright, let's open. Open the vault. Yeah, I don't know how they should really solve it, because if they remove racials completely, I don't know. Would people be mad about that? I'm not sure. Because there's some racials that are kind of cool, but then at the same time... Like, for example, Shadow Melt from a Night Elf. It's pretty iconic that they have that. But is it really that important? Like, do people care about it that much? Oh, no, no, no. We don't want that. Man, but I also don't need sockets. Ooh, wait, these slacks are actually kind of good. They have so much mastery. What is it? Are there 311 lags actually? There are, right? Surely. Yeah? These ones here, right? Fuck. Why does everything have 311? I mean, it's incredibly unlikely. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's the end of the expansion. I'm not going to play anymore anyway. I'm just going to be playing Beta and Plus, so who cares, I guess. But I don't need sockets. I have sockets and everything already. What are we going to do? I guess we take another socket in case we get a better belt or something. Or a better ring. Yeah, whatever, I guess. We take a backup socket. Backup socket it is. Half my guild can't wait to reroll to dwarf for Implas. More than parsing, it is identity, because in the end, passives are 0.05% change. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think there's quite a few people that race change for racials. But surely it's a minority, I think. I think the majority of people that use race changes is mainly for looks, right? Because the people that race change for racials are super min-maxy people, and those are probably the minority, I think. I mean, I race changed to dwarf for M+. I race changed for racials a lot in the history of World of Warcraft. For sure. Like, I race changed multiple times to get a better racial for my character. Not for looks. But I'm sure there's a lot of people who race change for looks. And not as min-maxy. Alright, maybe my Warlock gets an upgrade. Problem is, I don't think I can get that much. Ooh! I think this belt is good. Oh my god, I got the healing cloak. I think this belt's kind of okay. I only have 298. Do you have another socket? Oh yeah, I have another socket as well. I could get the belt and put a socket in it. It's not the greatest belt. It has a lot of versatility, yeah. And if you change the belt, you also get bad stats, right? From the catalyst. I think it gives you haste verse as well. I think. Oh, heavy mastery and low verse. Oh yeah, that's really bad. I think I take this belt. I don't want to have the trinket. I think we just take this. What are the affixes? Tyrannical, sanguine, storming. Ugh. Sanguine and tyrannical. Ugh. Surely the Alliance Guild Bank doesn't have any... Oh my god, there are haste sockets. Amazing. And where's it? Yeah, I'll take it. Where's it? Oh, I already had one. Oh, I see it now. Oh wow, we have another one. Ooh, we're 300 item level now. Let's go. Oh, I need to put a engineering thing on it as well. Oh, I hate professions. Get a new belt, need to put engineering belt on it. Man, I have a feeling that professions in Dragonflight are gonna be so annoying. Like, don't get me wrong, I am happy for people that like professions, that they get a rework and stuff. But I just have a feeling that people that want to min-max have to do professions, and it bothers me so much. Because I don't want to do professions. And I just have a feeling that you're gonna have to do professions if you want to really min-max. Because they said you won't have to, but I don't think that's true. I think you're gonna have to do professions even if you don't want to. If you like want to really min-max everything, which obviously I want to do, so. I have a bad feeling about the profession thing, honestly, guys. I'm telling you right now. Telling you right now. Oh, I haven't done this for some reason. Like Engine Wrath, you had to change everything all the time, yeah. Yeah, I always hated it when professions were super important and you had to level them. Because I thought they had a really good idea with Dragonflight, with the work orders. I thought that was such a good idea. Because, in case you guys don't know how it's going to work in Dragonflight, so basically, with professions, you're going to be able to craft mythic level gear. Not at the very start of the patch, but a bit later, right? So I assume you're going to have to farm stuff from like mythic difficulty, and then you can craft mythic level gear. And there's going to be something called work orders, which means that if you want to have a mythic level crafted item, you can request for someone to craft it for you in the auction house. And you offer like a fee. So let's say, hey, I have this material and I want you to craft it, and I give you 5,000 gold or whatever. And then someone can craft it for you and you get the item, right? And I thought that was a really cool idea. But then the problem is that I don't think it's gonna stay like that. They also put stuff in the game that makes professions even more relevant. And at that point, it's almost going to be mandatory. Because if they only would have left it at the work orders, it would have been perfect. Because then I personally, because I don't like professions, I would have just not done professions. And I would have just gotten my items through work orders, right? But I was playing through beta a bit, and there's quite a few things that feel like you need professions. For example, a lot of the dungeons have these kind of toys in there that you can only use or activate if you have the profession related to it. And that's already something that I feel like is super stupid. Because it's the same thing as the covenants that we have in Shadowlands. Like, for example, in Halls of Atonement, you can mind control the guys if you're a Venthyr, right? And in Dragonflight, there's quite a lot of dungeons that have something that you can use if you have alchemy or if you have this profession or that profession. And I'm not sure how impactful the things are going to be that are inside the dungeons. Because obviously I don't have professions on beta, so I wasn't able to test it and see what they're actually doing. But I hope that it's going to be not impactful at all. Because I don't want to do dungeons and then plus and need to ask for a certain profession. It's like, oh, we need a healer, but you have to be alchemy or something. Like, I don't know, that's dumb. I don't want that. That just sounds stupid. And then we also have Court of Stars as well, which already has that. Court of Stars already has professional requirements. So that's just annoying. Did you not like BFA crafting? Being able to make a piece of relevant raid gear was okay. I hated it. Hate it. It's the absolute worst. If they force me to do professions, I'll always hate it. It's just bad. Yeah, BFA crafting must have been the worst professions in like a long time. God, BFA crafting made me so angry. Ugh. Yeah, in Court of Stars, even if you had the profession on level 1, it was fine. But that was almost even worse, I felt like, because if you wanted to really min-max Court of Stars, you needed to like learn new professions just to be able to activate the items. So yeah, right now, for example, I have inscription on level 1. Like, I'm not doing anything with this. So I could get rid of inscription, learn blacksmithing, and then I would be able to activate the item, even if it's only level 1 in Court of Stars. But the problem is, if people want to do professions properly, which in Dragonflight probably is going to be the case, right? Then people can't just unlearn their professions to get another one just so they can activate an item in Court of Stars, right? Like, that's pretty dumb. Like, I don't know about that. Because we still have this weird restriction with professions where you can only have 2 at a time. It's so outdated, I feel like. If someone wants to do professions, just let them do all of them, honestly. Like, why restrict it with 2? If someone wants to do all professions, just let them do all professions, whatever. Alright, let's do some dungeons. Even though it's bad affixes, but I think I still want to play some dungeons. Let's see, what are the worst tyrannical keys I have? Index 27 is pretty bad. Workshop 27, pretty bad. Tyrannical 25, upper. I could do an upper. But upper is so hard in tyrannical. Ugh. With pucks, at least. I feel like we always deplete 20 upper. What key do I even have? I have Gambit. Yeah, exactly, Klaus. Yeah, I agree. As long as you don't force people to do content they don't like, it's always a bit like, it seems pretty logical when you think, like, whenever I say that you shouldn't be forcing people to do content they don't like, it seems logical, right? It's like, why would you force a raider to M+? Why would you force an M+ player to raid? Why would you force a PvP player to do professions, you know? Like, whenever you think about those things, it seems really logical that they shouldn't be doing that. But then it's actually a bit more complicated than that. Because sometimes if you're not forcing, or sometimes forcing is the wrong word even, I would say giving you an incentive. If you don't give the players an incentive to do other content outside of their main content, then they might not do it, even if they actually would like it. You know what I mean? Because sometimes players have to be pushed to do things, even if they're like, because they don't hate it then, you know? Because I think there's quite a few players that would not play in Plus if the vault wouldn't work the way it works. Like, imagine the vault wouldn't be a thing. Imagine you wouldn't get an item from M+ from the vault. The amount of people that would play M+ would be a lot lower, for sure. Which is not necessarily bad, as long as the people that still like playing M+ are still playing it. But then it also like really lowers the discoverability of M+. And it also means that maybe people never try M+ at all, even though they might actually like it if they would do it. Stuff like that, you know what I mean? Same goes for raiding. If raiding if there would be no items in raiding that would be better than anything else, then there would be a lot of people who would not even raid at all. Like they would not even do any raids ever. And that also, you know, sometimes you have to just push the players a little bit into a direction, you know? And I'm not saying that's a good thing, because for me personally, I don't need to be pushed into any content. Personally. Like I would do raids no matter if it's good for me or not, and I would do M+ no matter if it's good for me or not. Power-wise, player power-wise. Because I like the content. I like raiding and I like M+. So I personally would do it no matter what they do. But I think it's generally not such an easy thing, you know? And then another problem with dividing the content too much is that it also increases the barrier of entry of set content. Because, you know, some people suggested that, I myself also suggested this, that M+ drops gear that scales higher in M+ than it does outside of M+, kind of like PvP gear. If you guys know how PvP gear works, basically you get an item that is item level, I don't know, 250. But if you are in PvP combat, it is 263. Right? Here, this item is 275. But if you're in PvP, it's 288, right? So this is how PvP items work at the moment. And I was suggesting that maybe they could do the same thing for M+. That if I get an item in M+, it's 275, but in M+, it's 288, right? So that kind of, it would lower the requirements for M+ players to do raiding. Now, that generally sounds like a really good idea in my mind, right? But then realistically speaking, it really increases the barrier of entry for M+ a lot. Because let's say you're a player that mainly does raiding. And then, you know, one day you wake up and you're like, oh, you know what? I want to try M+. And then you want to try M+, but you have like much lower item level than an M+ player. Because M+ players will have full M+ gear. Like they will have full 288 item level. While you have, I don't know, 270 or 275. Right? So you will be doing a lot worse in M+, because you only have raiding gear, and the raiding gear doesn't scale up in M+, you know what I mean? So that sucks a little bit, right? Whenever the barrier of entry is high for certain content, people get discouraged from even trying it, and that's not something you necessarily want to happen. They could technically make it a bit lower. That's what I was thinking as well, because instead of making it 13 item levels higher, they could make it only like 5 item levels higher. To make sure that the barrier of entry from a raider to an M+ player isn't too high, but you still don't require it to do raiding. I don't know. It's a kind of it's not that easy of a subject, I think. Tier set bonuses should only work in content you've done enough to unlock it within, whether that's killed the right boss or cleared +15s. Well, see, I don't agree. I don't agree. Like, I understand what you're saying. So let's say you get the tier set, and it works in raiding because you have cleared X amount of bosses in raids. But then if you go into them plus, your tier set wouldn't work because you haven't done enough 15 dungeons or whatever. That again, like, increases the barrier of entry too much. Because that is generally a bad thing. Like, you do understand what I'm saying with, like, barrier of entry, right? Like, it just feels too overwhelming for a player to try other content outside of their main content. And that hurts the game a lot. Because right now, the biggest barrier of entry that we have, I think, in the game right now is from PvE to PvP and from PvP to PvE. Right? Because if you're a raider or an M+ player and you want to try PvP for the first time, it seems incredibly like... It seems like a completely different game, right? Because your items are worse, you don't have enough versatility, you don't have the scaling, right? Like, all of your items just are trash, basically. And then additionally, not only do you have your worst items, but you also don't know the PvP talents, right? Because PvP talents only work in PvP. And a lot of these things you've never seen before, right? Like, you queue into an arena, and all of a sudden, some class does an ability that you've never seen before. It's like, what the fuck? Like, why can this class do that? Because it's a PvP talent, and you don't know all of the PvP talents because you're a PvE player, right? So it's super overwhelming to start PvPing as a PvE player because of PvP talents and because of PvP gear. Now, if they would do the same thing between raiding and M+, you would have a similar situation, right? Where if you're a raider, if you start playing M+ for the first time, you would be completely overwhelmed. First of all, the dungeons are already overwhelming in itself when it comes to abilities and what's going on there and affixes and whatever. But then additionally, you would have less item level than everyone else. And additionally, if they would include like M+ talents or whatever, then you wouldn't even know what the hell's going on. Like, half the abilities people are doing, you don't know what's happening, right? So this is what I think Blizzard's main concern is whenever they think about that kind of stuff, right?
Like a hard bargain.
Yeah, realistically, no one would invite you in the first place, yes. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not saying that it's impossible or whatever to do what you're saying. I'm just saying that it's not as easy as people think it is, because it does have, like, it basically just has other consequences that people don't necessarily think about immediately. Because whenever I hear stuff like that, it does seem logical, but yeah, then you think about the consequences that will happen, and then you do realize that maybe it is like, it definitely also has like negative things that will happen, not just positive stuff, right? Remove item level cap on items? What do you mean? Like, you have infinite item level? That is probably the worst idea I've ever heard. That seems horrible. 5,000 item level. Oh my goodness. It's definitely not easy, but in Sepulchre, my 10-man team were fully mythic raid geared without even seeing the first boss mythic. That's just crazy to me. How could that be, though? How could you be fully mythic geared without having killed a mythic boss? Exclusively from the vault? Yeah, but you know how long that takes? Okay, I mean, how many items do we have that are not legendaries? It's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So that would take you 14 weeks if you're incredibly lucky and always get an item that you can actually equip. So it's minimum 14 week, but probably longer. And 14 weeks, that's 3.5 months, right? So, wait, 14, yeah. 3.5 months, yeah. So if you have, I have a feeling if you're full 304 after 3.5 months, then so be it, right? Because that's already close to the patch ending at that point. Because how long does a patch last? It lasts like, I don't know, 4 months, 5 months, or whatever, most of the time. So yeah, I don't think that that's necessarily an issue, right? And yeah, 14 weeks would be incredibly lucky. You would probably need more than that. But just imagine, what does item level cap do? When you reach it, people just get demotivated as they can't get any more power. So they play other classes and other characters because they lose interest in their main. I mean, I agree with your statement. It is correct that if people ever reach best in slot gear, they end up losing motivation to play that character. That is very true. But the solution to that is not to give you endless item level. Like, that's not the solution to the problem. And you can see that Blizzard is already solving this issue. Because do you remember the last time your character had best in slot gear? Because I don't. I don't think I've ever had best in slot gear, ever, in the past X amount of years. It just doesn't happen anymore. Because Blizzard knows the problem that you're describing and specifically tries to avoid that. Blizzard specifically makes the loot system in such a way that it's going to be really hard for anyone to reach best in slot items ever. Because of that thing that you described, right? So it's not that you have to increase the item level endlessly for that to occur, because we already have it right now. Like, I don't know anyone who has like best in slot item level right now, or best in slot gear. I mean, if you look at my druid is item level like 3 or 4. My druid has really good gear, but I'm nowhere near best in slot. Like, I'm missing like 4 or 5 items or something like that. You have to be really lucky to get best in slot gear in almost any patch. And the funny thing is that in Season 4, it's actually easier to get best in slot than in any previous patches that we had, right? In Season 4, we have dinars and we have like mythic upgrades. So it's much easier to get best in slot nowadays. But it still takes a really long time. Even though it's the easiest that it has ever been before. Like, I'm 3 or 4 item level, right? But I'm missing a 311 ring, 311 legs, 311 belt. And then even just a 3 or 4 gloves would be better than this. Then this is gonna be legendary. 311 shoulders I'm missing as well. 311 helmet. So yeah, I'm missing like 5 items or something. Even though this character is like 3 or 4, right? So it's like, I'm not gonna get best in slot until Dragonfly comes out, surely. I won't be able to get that. There's a difference between item level and BIS gear that people have to understand it. I mean, I do think people understand the difference between best in slot item level, best in slot and item level, right? Like, just because you're fully 304 doesn't mean you're best in slot geared, obviously, right? If you're fully 304, that means that you have full mythic level gear. But that doesn't mean that you're anywhere near best in slot, right? Because best in slot would be full 311 gear. And it's not only 311 gear, but also like the correct items as well. Like, you need the correct trinkets, the correct weapon, the correct rings. Like, there's stat optimization, right? That is pretty important as well. Yeah, if you only do M+, I think this season specifically, season 4, is really, really bad for M+ gearing. But that's just because we have 3 rates available to us. And that means the amount of items that can be 311 is much higher than they usually would be, right? Because usually the 311 items that are available, or the max level items that are available, are somewhat limited. Like there's like 3 maybe, or 4, right? But because we have 3 rates, almost every single item can be 311 because you have 6 bosses in total that drop 311 loot. So, yeah, if you're an M+ player right now, it's pretty hard to... Like, you're just gonna be really far behind compared to someone that rates. Because I play my Warlock a lot more than my Druid. My Druid only rates and nothing else. But my Druid is 5 item levels higher than my Warlock, even though my Warlock plays in plus 24/7. Because in plus just doesn't drop 311 loot, right? Season 1 in Dragonflight is also bad for all dungeons. Who the fuck wants to play all dungeons in a new expansion? Oh, I disagree. I really like the fact that there's 4 all dungeons in the pool. I personally really like it. What if Blizzard made all rates scale when an expansion came out? All rates scale when a... What do you mean exactly? Hey Gray, what's up? I don't think Mythic rating is harder than 26 to 27 and above Mythic Plus, so I don't think they have to get better gear. Okay, first of all, I disagree with you about the fact that 26 is harder than Mythic rating. But the more important point is that it doesn't matter. Like, people always come up with the argument that rating is harder and plus is harder, or this is blah, 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 blah. But in the end, it just doesn't matter. Like, the difficulty is not the most important factor when you think about the item level that a certain content gives you. Like, people always think that somehow whatever is harder should give you the more item level, and understand your thought process, right? But that's just not how World of Warcraft works when it comes to cross-content, right? Because technically speaking, PvP is the hardest content in the game, right? Because PvP has infinite difficulty, right? PvP has no limits in difficulty, because if you're playing against like the best players in the world, it's gonna be incredibly hard, right? So should PvP have the highest item level in the game? Because it's the hardest content technically? And the answer is obviously no, because why would you force a raider to do PvP and try to get like the highest rating possible so they can get gear? Obviously that's not how it works, because difficulty is not the main factor when it comes to cross-gearing, right? And it's also not comparable. You cannot compare the difficulty between raiding and PvP. Like, it's just 2 completely different skill sets and content that cannot be compared. It's like comparing the difficulty of football and baseball. It's like, what's harder, football or baseball? You know what I mean? It's like, it's like you can't compare it, right? It's just different things that they require. And it's the same with Mythic Plus and rating. Like, you cannot compare the difficulty. It's just different. So saying that M Plus should give higher gear because technically the difficulty is like endless is like a pretty stupid argument, because what does it matter? It doesn't matter. Yeah, what D3 is saying as well. So should the world first raiders get much higher item level than everyone else, because for them it was like much harder than for everyone else? Because if difficulty would be the main factor for rewarding you gear, then that would technically mean that the first guild to kill the last boss in the raid, they should be getting a lot more item level than someone that kills it 3 months later, right? But that doesn't make sense, of course, for the game. I mean, it does make sense. I'm not saying, like, it's not illogical, but it would be incredibly horrible for the game. Right? Imagine Liquid and Echo would have item level 400, and everyone else can't reach it anymore because the bosses have gotten nerfed and are now easier. So you can only get item level 320 now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it would just be really dumb. I mean, I personally, I definitely think that M+ should be able to have the opportunity to upgrade their items to the same item level that raiding has, though. Like, I think giving people the opportunity to upgrade their items to 311, for example, should be possible. If you have like some really high achievement or something. Like maybe if you did all of the dungeons on +20, then you can upgrade the items to 311, and maybe the cost of it is also a bit higher. Like it takes a lot of valor or something that it requires. Because I don't see that as being such a big problem. Because valor is kept anyway. Valor usually is kept, right, at the start of the patch. Because the main concern of getting 311 items from M+ is the fact that you would have a lot of item level before you even go into Mythic, right? And that would obviously be weird, right? If all of the raiders if all of the raiders would have a benefit for getting super high M+ rating to get 311 loot, and then they go into Mythic, blah, 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 like it would be kind of weird. But I think as long as it's staggered enough, like as long as it's time gated for enough time, then it's fine. Because at the start of the expansion, not the expansion, at the start of a patch, I think it's not that big of a deal that M+ players cannot get 311 loot. Because raiders cannot really get it either unless they're like a world first guild, right? Like the 311 loot for raiders is gated a couple of weeks at least, right? Before they can kill the last 2 bosses. For most guilds, it's gated like 2 months or something. Like it requires you a month or 2 at least to kill the last 2 bosses as a Mythic Raider, right? So it should also be gated for M+ players for that long. You know what I mean? And then it's fine. Maybe the best way to do it would be to unlock it once there's Hall of Fame closed. What do you think about that? Like, what if 100 guilds have killed the last boss, and then they unlock the 311 upgrades for Valor? Takes so long? Well, it's not that long though, right? 100 guilds? Well, yeah, the Alliance Guild thing sucks. What if, maybe it shouldn't be Hall of Fame, but just like only 100 guilds in total, you know? Because then it wouldn't require the raiders, or, well, some raiders for sure, but it basically wouldn't make M+ really important for raiding. Because you have to think about that fact too, right? Because right now, M+ players, if they want the best in slot gear, need to raid. And that sucks, right? But when you fix that problem, you also want to make sure that it doesn't happen the other way around. Like you want to change it in a way that M+ players are not forced to raid, but at the same time, you also don't want to force raiders to M+. Because otherwise, you're just switching the problem from one side to the other, which is not like a real solution, right? So that's why I'm saying they should delay the 311 upgrades for quite a while to make sure that people have time to actually get to the last bosses as like a raid without being forced to play in plus 24/7, right? They could just unlock 311 gear from M Plus when Hall of Fame closes. Yeah, that's what I was suggesting earlier as well. I think that is a good idea. Because once Hall of Fame closes, it's usually like a month or two into the patch. And I think that's fine, I think. Because then if you're an M Plus player, you don't feel the need to raid. Because yes, if you're a raider, you have access to 311 loot sooner, but the amount of time you have to invest into raiding would be a lot. And if 311 loot would be available to you after Hall of Fame closes, then that's enough in my opinion, you know? Like that's... I don't know, like that seems fine to me. That would make Mythic last boss loot a joke. Why? Why would it make it a joke? Just because M Plus loot can be upgraded to 311 doesn't make loot from the last boss a joke. First of all, it's different items, right? You can get items from raiding that you cannot get from M Plus, and the other way around. And additionally, I don't understand why the last boss in the raid has to give more item level than in any other content. I don't think that is needed at all for the game. I play in Terran Mill. First, I think they should get rid of LFR. I understand it's for casuals, but I've noticed people aren't striving to join guilds and learn to work towards better loot. Understanding how raid mechanics work. I very heavily disagree about the LFR removal. I think this notion that LFR should be removed mainly comes from Asmongold, that really kept talking about it for a long time. And I personally just completely disagree, because LFR is almost like a story mode. If there's a person that just wants to understand the story of the game, the lore, then I think it's totally fine that they have the option to do so. Because just because you can do LFR doesn't mean that you lose all sorts of interest in raiding as a whole. Like, I don't see that argument at all. That argument does just not make any sense to me. Just, like, LFR gives such bad item level in comparison to all the other difficulties and any other content. Like, LFR is by far the worst item level. And Plus gives much higher item level. Normal, Heroic, Mythic gives much higher item level. PvP gives much higher item level. Like, LFR is by far the worst thing for loot that you could do. LFR also doesn't really show the bosses properly because the mechanics, a lot of the mechanics don't work the same way as they do in higher level. And a lot of the things are not punishing you for anything, right? So I don't think if you're doing LFR, you afterwards feel like, oh, well, actually, I wanted to become a Mythic Raider, but now that I've done LFR, I'm just not going to do that anymore. Like, I just don't see that logic. Why would it demotivate you to raid just because you've done LFR. Like, I don't see the connection here at all. To me, that doesn't make sense. As I said, I just think it's a story mode where if you're a very casual player that doesn't want to raid at all, but you're really interested in the lore, then you quest through the zones, and then eventually you want to see the big bad guy that is a huge part of the lore. Like, right, you want to see the jailer that was responsible for the whole Shadowlands bullshit, right? You want to see it. So you queue up LFR, and you see the boss, and you see the voice lines, and you see the blah, blah, blah. And it's fine, you know? Now your story is concluded, you know? I just don't understand why it's such a bad thing that people can see the lore and the story in like a really easy, accessible way. Thanks for 11 months, May. What's up? Hey, Glacial. Good morning. What's up? Some people just don't understand what LFR is for. Some people think that LFR is supposed to be for people that are like too bad to do any harder content, or people that are too lazy to find a group or whatever. But LFR is literally made for people that either don't have the time to raid properly, which is very normal, right? Raiding is a big time investment. So if you don't have the time to raid, you have LFR to see the story. And second of all, it's for people that don't like raiding. Like, if people don't like raiding at all, should they be gated from the story? From the lore? Does that make sense to you? Because I personally don't think it really does. So I don't see LFR as a big issue at all. Because if someone wants to raid, they can. It's not that LFR strips them of all motivation, you know? You do not lose interest, but you do not get any better because you just AFK and never do. But the LFR is not supposed to be difficult. LFR is not supposed to increase your skill level. Just think of LFR as a story mode, okay? Like, the way you've been thinking about LFR as a raid difficulty, stop thinking that way. Because it's not. LFR is not a raid, it's not a difficulty. It's not the same as normal mode or heroic. LFR is literally there to show you the story, the bosses, the lore. It's not there to be a difficult content. That's why you don't require skill to do LFR. And that's fine. You also don't require skill to do questing, right? Does that mean that questing is bad because it doesn't make the players better? Like, not everything in the game needs to increase your skill level. You know, not everything in the game has to be difficult. Because if you want everything to be difficult, then you would have to also make questing more difficult and campaign quests and whatever, right? Because, like, otherwise that argument just doesn't make sense. Just compare LFR to, like, the campaign quests. I think LFR and campaign quests are all, like, they're together. LFR is basically the extension of the campaign. First you do the campaign quests, which, again, are difficulty-wise very easy, right? The campaign quest is not something that requires an insane amount of skill. It's really easy, which is fine because everyone should be able to see the campaign quests, right? And understand the story and be able to follow it. And then once you've done the campaign, then you do LFR as an extension of the story. That's it. It has nothing to do with skill. It has nothing to do with the increasing your rate motivation. It literally is not related. It's just a story mode, and that's it. And that's fine. I do agree though that sometimes motivating players to become better is definitely something that I think we are lacking sometimes. And that is something that I talked about a bunch of times when people really disagreed with me. So my take is that I think getting things has become easier in the game overall, and it kind of lowers the motivation that players have to actually do more difficult content. And I do think that is an issue. It's not, I don't think it has anything to do with LFR necessarily. It has to do with like a combination of things. For example, a big example in my opinion is the vault. Like I think the vault makes it so people eventually do get like really high item level without necessarily having to put in like an insane amount of effort, which kind of reduces the motivation of players to try anything harder. You know what I mean? And I think this mostly happens subconsciously anyway. But I do think it does happen. Because I definitely think in the past, when things weren't super, super easily accessible, I think people tried more stuff that maybe they wouldn't have tried otherwise and gave them motivation to do content. Like, for example, if the only way to get like better item level or better transmogs or better whatever would have been to do heroic raiding, then more people kind of want to do heroic raids. And if they're not forced to do it, then they would just not do it, right? And I'm not saying that forcing players to do something is a good thing generally, but sometimes people, as I said earlier, sometimes if people get pushed a little to do content, then they do enjoy it in the end, even if they wouldn't have done it otherwise. Like, that is definitely something that happens. So sometimes pushing players to do something is not that bad. In my opinion, at least. We were given the vault because the game felt like homework. Well, the funniest thing to me is that people don't think of the vault as homework, when it really is. The vault is, technically speaking, one of the worst things that people never want. People always want no FOMO, and people want no, like, weeklies. And the vault is both. So the fact that Blizzard managed to sneak in the vault and people not hating it is incredible to me. Like, the vault is actually... the vault is actually one of the things they added to the game, which is one of the most obnoxious things. Because you always feel like you have to do it every week. Like, every week you have this feeling that you need to complete your vault, because otherwise you're missing out, right? So that is the thing that people always say they don't want. People always say, oh, I don't want to feel like I'm missing out if I don't do it. I don't want FOMO, you know? And the vault is exactly that. So, I don't know, like, people for some reason are looking at the vault differently than they do at other things that are just the same thing. So the vault is homework. I don't see why you think it isn't. It is exactly that. And I'm not saying that they should remove the vault. I'm just pointing out that people are forgetting what the vault actually is. The vault is literally something like it's almost like a weekly quest, and if you don't do it, you're missing out. That's what the vault is, right? Now, the good thing about the vault is that you can finish it by doing content that you like, but that's also an illusion, in my opinion. Like, if you look at the vault, they changed it in a way where they're saying, oh, we don't want you to feel like you have to do M+. If you only want to raid, you can unlock the vault with raids, right? It's the illusion that you can get the vault by doing what you like, which is a completely... Like, it's literally just made up. Because if you're a raider, there's just no fucking way you're unlocking the raid through mythic raids, right? Like, if you're a normal world raider, a heroic raider, you always have to do the mythic plus vault. Of course. Because killing 8 mythic bosses is 10 times harder than clearing 15 dungeons, obviously, right? Like, it's not even comparable. And plus vault is by far the easiest vault. Like, it's not even close. So everyone feels forced to do M+, even if you don't like M+, at all. It's because previous homework felt punishing. But I don't even know what homework you're talking about, Sticky. What kind of homework are you even talking about? Before Legion, before we had weekly chests, we didn't have any homework at all, really. BFA already had the weekly vault, Sticky. It wasn't a vault, but it was an M+ chest. We've had this M+ chest since Legion. It was implemented in Legion, and we had it in BFA, and now we also have it in Shadowlands. And before Legion, there was no like homework stuff like that. Before Legion, you were raid logging, and that was it. Like, you logged in for a raid, you did the raid, you logged out. That was it. And I'm not saying that's better. I'm just pointing it out that's how it is, you know. Oh yeah, PvP chest was horrible. Yep. I'm talking about the corruption. Yeah, but you're basically saying that it's good that they implemented a vault because something previously felt like homework, but something that we had previously was the exact same. In BFA, we had an M+ chest and a PvP chest. So in BFA, if you wanted the max amount of loot, you would do an M+ dungeon at least, and you would unlock the PvP chest. And the vault is the same thing. It's I don't know, like, it's not any different. The only thing that is better with the vault, of course, is that you have more options. It's not like fully RNG anymore like it was in BFA and Legion. But the system itself is still the same. Like, you still have to do the M+ and the PvP to unlock the options if you want it.
One of us. One of us.
Thanks for the Prime sub, Fancy Fiasco. Thank you so much. So yeah, it's not any more or any less homework than it was before. It's just the same. Yeah, I don't know. I personally wouldn't mind if they removed the vault, honestly, but... But I don't think people would be happy about that. What could we get instead? Instead of the vault? Nothing. We could just not have a vault. That will never happen because that means less playtime. Not having a vault is not necessarily related to less playtime, though. I don't think. Because, yeah, the vault encourages you to play every week. But not having a vault means that the item level needs to be gained through other things that are not, like, weekly unlocks. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to play a lot less. Because you still need to get the items, right? You still want the items. So if you need to farm Valor points instead, it's the same thing, right? Because right now, when you unlock your vault, you automatically also farm the Valor cap. If the vault is gone, you still have to farm the Valor cap if you want to get your items upgraded, right? So the vault is just one way of forcing players to play the game. There's many other ways on how you can force players to play the game. The vault is not the one thing that they can do to make you log into the game. There's many things that they can do to make you log into the game, right? The only exception is M+, which is only required by the vault. I mean, that's not true though, right? M+ is more than just a vault. M+ gives you loot that you want to upgrade with Valor. So you need Valor. You need items from M+. And then they can just give you even another system. They can just make you... They can give you the option to upgrade items even higher. Like, I'm not saying that they should remove the vault and then do nothing. They can do a number of things to make you log into the game. It does not have to be through the vault. Like, the vault is not the only thing that they could ever do to like, motivate you to log on, right? Oh. Have you heard of this MMO called Treya? Let me look at this. It's not a... What is it? New MMO? I don't think it's new. I think it's already out in Korea? Like Korean MMO. It looks very Final Fantasy 14-ish. I guess? Maybe not. It looks more like Lost Ark, I guess. Yeah, it looks like Lost Ark. Okay. Interesting. Okay. It definitely doesn't look like anything super special. But you never know. Sometimes these, like, I just talked about Lost Ark yesterday with Arvia. I really wish that the 9.2 wouldn't have come out during Lost Ark, because I would have loved to play more Lost Ark, because I really liked it. I actually really liked Lost Ark. But then 9.2 came out, and obviously the Raceable First happened and stuff, so I didn't manage to play anymore. And then after the hype was over around the Raceable First, the hype about Lost Ark kind of died down as well, and it was like, so I didn't want to play it anymore after that. I would have loved if it didn't overlap, so I would have had some more time to play it. Escaping the Wrath content? Yeah, hey Relo, what's up? Yeah, too much Wrath going on. Let's play some in Plus. With Tyrannical Sanguine, let's go. With the improved booba physics. Uh... Great, search chat, that is true. How do you know? Okay. I'm gonna FK a second and then we play in Plus. It's gonna be great. What's the time? Okay. Later today we're doing the roundtable thing, yeah? With the other amazing ladies. So make sure you check it out later. Starts at 7, I think. Alright, bear back. Okay, let's play them. No shit. 29 streets. Tyrannical. Ugh. I already see the first boss targeting me 5 times. Oh my god. Can someone do something about these boosting people? Somebody. For fun. 29 Gabbit. I don't know, Rila, I don't know. At least I don't see it anymore then, if I report it. Venthyr Druids. I honestly don't know what's good right now in Plus Druid because I don't play in Plus. But I would assume it's better, yes. Huh? Oh, I enabled FPS. How do I disable it? Shit, I pressed a button. Oh, I found it. I'm confused. Oh, does he have low item level or something? Oh, 78k HP. Part-time data service section in the group finder just as straight has it. Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind if they have like a separate thing that is specifically made for boosting. If they don't want to... Like, I know boosting is like a touchy subject and people want it to be like banned completely or whatever. But if they're not going to ban it, which apparently they don't, then at least make a separate thing for it. Yeah, I agree. I'll stream the beta rate testing tomorrow, yeah. Yeah, it's just annoying when you try to look for a group and everything is just full of boosters. Yeah, so what do you think, guys? Pre-patch on the 26th? October? Expansion on the 29th? Atlas of Falcon was up for the 4th time, whenever that is. Yeah, I don't know when that is, no idea. Fated Sanctum? Fated Sepulchres. They would come out on the 1 week later, and it's 2nd. I mean, I don't think they care about that. Do you think they care? I don't think they care about the Fated rotation. In fact, I think they're probably gonna release all Fated raids at once before pre-patch comes out, too. Wait, what is this time? What is right now? Right now is Sanctum? Sepulcher? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if during this week here, during the 12th, when Castle Nathra comes out again, or it's on the 5th. I wouldn't be surprised if they just release all raids at once, all Fated raids, on the 5th. And then just have all of the Fated raids available. Yeah, I think they... I see that as being pretty possible, that they just enable everything. So people can farm some gear if they feel like it before the pre-patch. I don't think the rotation was silly, because The problem with all fated rates being available at the same time is it also like quote unquote forces you to play them all if you want the highest item level, and that kind of sucks when you think about it. Because clearing all 3 fated rates takes a long time. So it's a pretty big time investment if all of them are available. So I think the rotation was good for the start, but at the end I think it's fine if they remove it. You have to play them all anyway? Well, yeah, but not within the same week, right? Because if all fated rates are available the same week, you kind of want to play them all to get the highest item level. And that's like a lot of time investment per week. Oh, you could set them at the same lockout in the same week? Oh, I like that, mate. Yeah, that sounds interesting. So you can technically do all of the rates, but you have a lockout. So you can choose whichever rate you want to do. Yeah, they could have done that, I guess. Not sure how confusing that would be to people, though. And then I guess there's no lockout on Heroic. So you would still have to do all the rates on Heroic, just not on Mythic. Not sure if they could put a Heroic lockout. That would be weird.
Welcome to the Eternals.
Man, rate testing this week is gonna be horrible, actually. Usually, rate testing the very first time is just like not working. We're probably not gonna be able to test the boss at all. But whatever. Man, I have too many portals. I don't mind if they disable add-ons for rate testing. It's whatever, honestly. Like, it's nice to have the add-ons, but they also want to test the UI, right? Like, they want to test a new UI. And if people have add-ons, it might fuck with it. Stuff like that. So I don't mind if they disable it. Because usually, the add-ons that you want for rating are not going to work anyway. Like, the add-ons that you technically want for rating is stuff like Weaker Us and rates, like Big Wigs or whatever, right? But obviously that stuff doesn't work because you have to actually put in the timers and everything, so... So Weaker Us, yeah, I mean, Weaker Us would be nice. Yeah, that's the most annoying thing, to always have to set up the UI again. But the new UI, honestly, is not that bad. And you can have the pre-made, like the saved UI thing, right? Where it saves your position and everything. I think that's always nice. Like, you can just use the bars as weak auras, for example. That's what I do, at least. Like, I just move one of the action bars up here into the middle of my screen. So it's the same thing as, like, a weak aura to track your cooldowns. And then you have that, at least. There's, of course, not... You can't track buffs and whatever, which is a bit annoying, but... Yeah, I do wish they will add more bars. Because the amount of bars that there are is not enough, I think, for some stuff. Especially, I like having more bars available if you want to use certain bars as weak auras. Because if I want to move one bar up to be like here in the middle of my screen, I don't want it to be a full bar. I would probably want to remove some of the icons, right? And then I like I did the same thing in Final Fantasy XIV where I would use one action bar for this row, and then I would one action bar for this row, and one action bar for like this. But I don't want to use every single icon of that row. Like, I just want to use like maybe 4 buttons for one action bar if I wanted to use it as weak auras. And then you run out of bars, right? Because if you use one whole action bar for only 4 buttons, then you're running out of bars very early on. I would like to have the possibility to add as many as I want, really. Yeah, I also I'm not the biggest fan of the cast bar because it's not really customizable at all. Like, I wish I would be able to make it bigger, but the text always gets bigger in proportion to the bar. So the text is as big as the bar. And I don't want that. And also, there's no cast time that you can enable. Like, when I have the timer here for the actual spell length. And I kind of want that. It's not that important, but I kind of like to see it. And you don't have the option for that either. But I do understand why they don't want to add like a million options to all of the add-ons, because there's so many things people would want that at some point it would just be overwhelming, right? Because I want a timer, and then someone else wants a different color, and then someone else wants this, someone else wants that, right? And they cannot realistically add all of these options to the standard UI because it would just be too much, and people would be super overwhelmed, which I understand. So if you want a certain option that the base UI doesn't give you, you'll just use an add-on. But something they talked about in like the Druid Discord, which I really liked, was the fact that like, I hope you can change, or I hope they give you the possibility to extend the basic UI with add-ons that isn't too intrusive. You know what I mean? Like, for example, if I want an add-on that enables like the timer on the cast bar, so instead of making a rework of the whole cast bar, I want to still use the basic cast bar, and the add-on gives me extra options. Kind of like an advanced interface options, or move anything, you know, like these add-ons that work with the base UI, but let you add additional things. If that's something that they make possible with the base UI, then that would be really good. Or even extra action bars as well. If they somehow allow you to have an add-on that just literally gives you an extra action bar, but it's part of the base UI, you know, then I'd be happy. Yeah, exactly. You sound like... Yep.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We're still in combat, aren't we? Okay. Oh wait, I don't need a fell hunter. I'm summoning imp.
You cannot hide from me.
Dot. Burn. Avoid. Dot.
Where's my imp? I can't dispel him. Man, I hate this stupid imp. I always want to summon the imp so I can help dispel and stuff, but then it's just never in position. Sangoon?
Dot.
I'm gonna dispel this.
Dot.
I'm gonna coil this guy. Who was getting simped on AoE? Because it's not me.
Dot.
Translation, where's my PI? Oh my god, my belt failed. I hate when my belt fails. Technically, you can skip this with, yeah, Mansuit. I can't take this. Oh.
Frankly, that's a skill issue.
The hunter pulled and I died. Summon me, I guess. Oh, they're in comments. Shit, they can't summon. Okay, I don't have a pot. Well, I guess I'm waiting 1 minute. It's 1 minute. Well, I guess you're waiting here for a while. Yeah, they were mind-soothed. What are you dispelling first of all? The sleep from the infiltrators. And then there's also this incendiary thing debuff that you can dispel. Generally, if you don't need a Fell Hunter for interrupt or for offensive dispel, Imp is always really good for infiltrator sleep puddles. Because people get hit left and right by that. You can also dispel yourself. If you fall asleep, you can, like, your imp is obviously not to see it, so you can dispel your own sleep, which is really nice. I hope my belt doesn't fail again. Okay, we did it. And now we take the gate backwards. Alright guys, I'm here. Hey, what's up? 2 hours later.
War-song arrows sing from the sky. They'll be the last thing you hear as I crush your skull.
Kneel before me, worm.
Dot.
Kneel before me. Oh wow. Sangoon? Sangoon! Oh, good.
Stop the funeral pyres!
Man. Being fire everywhere.
Buff. Soon.
Oh, is no one dispelling this?
Dot.
Do I need to summon my Fell Hunter?
Buff. Buff. Dot. Soon. Buff.
And this guy's not dying, is he?
Worthy of a warrior.
Slay them in the master's name.
Stop the funeral pyres.
Soon. Dot.
Overwhelmed. Death is near.
Frankly, that's a
Nah,
skill
fuck me. Oh shit, the tank died. Oh, well that's a 28. Shit. I get hit by the burning arrows as I was walking through it, and then I get hit by barbed arrow like immediately after. That was unfortunate. It's to 28, or... Thanks to 62 Skisma, what's up? Oh, I had to wait for... I guess the priest could have come back to mine too, if, maybe. Now, the thing with standing on chains doesn't really work. It's too risky.
Feel my fury.
What is a safe healer to pick for Emplast that is usually meta? I don't think there is something like that. The healer that was meta the longest is probably Paladin. Holy Paladin, in the history of Memplus, I think Holy Paladin has been meta for the longest. Or most consistently, compared to any other healer, I would say. Storming is mainly an affix that melee have to look out for, yes, but I mean, it's not that the ranged have to like never look at it or something.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Priest is pretty bad to pick, honestly, yeah? Priest has never been meta outside of Season 3 and Season 4, this expansion. Wait, what's happening? Are we not going? Wait for everyone to wait for Infernal? Well, that will be a long time, I guess.
Slay them in the master's name.
No, whatever. Yeah, I'm not waiting. That's too long.
1.
Discrease was meta a few times? I don't think so. I don't think Discrease was ever meta. Right? I don't remember a time where Discrease was meta. I don't think so.
Bob. Avoid. Dot. Dot.
Sangoon?
Dot. Avoid. Dot.
BFA Season 1. BFA Season 1. I don't remember BFA Season 1. BFA Season 1. Wasn't BFA Season 1... like Druid or something? Druid Paladin?
Cannot hide from me.
Oh, Shadowlands Season 1. Shadowlands Season 1... I mean, all of this stuff is way too long ago. I don't remember. Okay, I'm orbing. Shit. My orb! Oh. Shit, I jumped into the stun. Oh yeah, Shadowlands was of course Paladin. Paladin was best for like 2 seasons, no? It was Paladin, Paladin... And then priest, holy priest, holy priest. I think.
Buff.
Run while you still can.
Stop a few
Soon.
vampires. Overwhelms you. Death is near. Let them
Buff.
have it.
Dot. Buff. Buff.
Stop a funeral pyres.
Soon.
Overwhelms you. Death is near. Let them have it.
No, Dastro Warlock is not very hard to master in Mythic Plus.
Dot.
Stop a funeral pyres.
Soon.
Overwhelms you. Death is near.
Dot.
Let them have it.
Dot.
Oh man.
Stop a funeral pyres.
You cannot hide from me.
Soon.
Overwhelms you. Death is near. Let them have it.
I mean, I'm pretty certain without looking at any data that Paladin has been the best for the majority. I don't think there's any other healer that has been
Naguura, he's dead.
as good as Paladin
Set sail for Talador.
in the history of M+. Because Legion was basically only Paladin and Druid.
Such thing. If these weak
And Paladin was better than Druid.
die, then we shall
So it was
oblige.
basically just Paladin in all of Legion.
From that we have.
And BFA was a lot of Paladin as well. And then Shadowlands Season 1 was also Paladin.
Do not question
So, yeah, I don't think there's any other healer that could possibly compete with that.
Skalak, son of rule. The blood of a champion courses through his veins. I'm not concerned with these paltry whelps. Yes, sir.
Why Paladin? Well, for various reasons. Once they were really good because of Ashen. They generally have really good utility for M+ as well. Like defensive utility. Like Bob is always really good. And AM is also really good. Freedom, yeah, Freedom is also really good.
Maybe I underestimated them. Zogosh.
What is the seed broke?
Let them have a taste of what he has to offer. Igniting the cannon, sir.
Are we playing those like normally?
Front. Dot. Run.
What is wrong with you? Keep firing, you
Dot.
Sir, he's out of ammunition. I'm reloading. I'm reloading. Ah, forget it. He'll never make it past the tracks. Back off, carry off, front and center. There's some new meat for you to tenderize.
Right away, Captain.
Hey, Dewey.
It will be.
You can go back. You can get back into WoW now, if you want, and play the pre-patch that is gonna come out somewhat soon. To get ready for Dragonflight. That's usually what most people do. If they wanna come back for an add-on, then they already start playing a bit before the add-on comes out, just to get used to everything, you know.
Run. Run.
And play the pre-patch and just figure things out. Farm some gear for leveling as well, leveling gear.
Fire! Fire! Aim, then fire!
The new build hasn't been applied yet on beta. It should be today, technically, because tomorrow is raid testing. Shit, I don't have orb ready.
Avoid. Run.
Or Infernal, for that matter.
You better step back. I'm calling in the bomb squad.
Avoid. Dot.
Oh my god. Whew.
Dodge.
You better step back. I'm calling in the bomb squad.
Avoid. Dot. Dodge.
You better step back. I'm calling in the bomb squad.
Avoid. Avoid.
Oh, that's annoying. That bomb really wanted to get me. After next shield, I'm gonna... Why am I dying? After next shield, I'm gonna... Infernal. Okay, I'm already
Gosh.
channeling orb, fuck it.
You better step back. I'm calling in the bomb squad.
Avoid.
Might get one more shields. Yeah, fuck. Ooh, a lot of my infernals are up. The shield might actually break.
Dodge.
Oh, that was so close. I had a lot of Rain of Fires and
In the bomb
infernals sitting there. Fuck, we're getting another one. Oh, it's not on her, it's not on her.
No! None shall possess my
Dodge.
You better step back. I'm calling in the bomb squad.
Nice.
Over. Half of our army.
Keep spamming rate of fire.
Don't you think you should? That was an insignificant loss. Let them exhaust themselves praying against our weak, against those who are unworthy of serving in Blackhand's army.
Avoid.
Blood and honor, Zogosh. That is all that works.
Where's this guy going?
Good thinking, sir. That is what I do, Zogosh.
Dot.
I think good.
Run. Avoid. Avoid.
Oh shit, I pre-step. Sanguine? Do you release on the boss that we just killed? Or do we have to rest?
Avoid.
I forgot, honestly. I think you do release there, no?
Avoid. 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 Avoid.
Oh, the sanguine.
Avoid. Avoid. Avoid.
Find out for science.
Dodge.
Do I use cooldowns here? Nah.
Avoid.
I'll save for next fall. The pulse is small.
Dodge. Avoid.
Sanguine? Nice. Or are we skipping? I forgot, honestly.
Captain, they're almost here.
Oh, we're not. Okay, I don't know I'm going here.
Playing these games anymore. Bring in the saber on
Dodge.
and we'll be done with it.
I might have said.
Are you sure you want to let that thing out of its cage?
Dodge.
I don't think we've fed it since we found it. Put a muzzle on.
Dot.
Good idea, sir. I didn't
Avoid.
mean the cat.
I hate sanguine.
Avoid.
It's so annoying. Muffs run out of my ring of fire.
Avoid.
Oh shit.
Dodge. Avoid. Dodge. Run. Avoid.
I'll just infernal again here, I think.
Dodge. Avoid. Run. Dodge.
Oh, we're pulling this. Then I didn't have to cancel my Infernal and my pet.
Run. Avoid. Avoid.
I think I like this route. Without skips. Oh, there's only one skip and that went wrong the first time. So usually skips are... Especially if you're not in voice. It's always like meh.
Avoid. Run.
I wonder if I should save Infernal for the wolves? I don't think I have to. 10 minutes.
Avoid. Avoid.
Okay, whatever, I'm saving it. Dude, where's he going? Is he gonna reset or what? Been going out of the dungeon.
Buff.
Okay, they just exploded. Look at the implosions. Sorry, they didn't explode, they imploded. My bad. After bird, we go up. Go up. Wait, is there like a secret tech on this boss now that I don't know about? Go up where? We go on the boat. Huh. You just outrange them or what?
How dare you march into my docks and so brazenly set foot on my ship? Nothing will stop the Iron Horde, least of all you. Enjoy
I'm
my
confused.
death, weaklings. Zogash, man the machine.
Oh, we're outranging a time to feed? Or what? No, I'm confused. What are we doing? Oh shit, it's a warlock. Oh my god, is he fine? Ugh! I'm sorry, what? No, you get no more wolves. Oh. Oh, you just avoid the wolves? Okay. I don't think the wolves would have been a problem, though. Considering we have, Actually, it's fine like this, I guess, because you can play the Infiltrator. It's really nice.
Run.
Yeah, this seems chill. I hope the time to feed is not on me. Actually, it's better on me than on the other warlock, because that one ran out of defensives now. Just cast it on the hunter. Every time. No count? We have count. Oh no, we don't have count. I lied. We are indeed missing count. Unless this boss is count? No, right.
About the
Yeah, what did we miss? Can't believe the Warlock got hit twice. That's so unlucky. Oh my god. Whoa, I was not in that. What? What the fuck is the range on that frontal?
Assist.
Oh. My orb isn't ready, fuck. I'm still channeling it. Focus Skellig, right? Dude, I swear, I'm actually too slow. I always get hit by this kind of barrage if I don't use something. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put this here. My circle. Oh, I priest that.
Avoid.
Shit. I'm gonna have to use everything here, I guess.
Avoid.
I have nothing left. Ugh. Oh, I hope I get smashed backwards. If I'm in... Oh no. Oh no, this is just so bad. Oh, thank God I had my circle here. Oh my God, I put my circle here earlier. Holy Jesus. Oh my goodness.
Avoid.
Oh my. No!
Skill issue.
Fuck! Man! We don't have a rest anymore. Fuck me. Man, I drained so hard and it wasn't good enough. Shit! We tried so hard. My drain life healed so much as well, look. Because I had, I used, Soul Rot drain life. Feels bad. So much damage. Stupid rapid fire. Wait, does rapid fire do physical? No, it doesn't, right? Or does it?
Saugash, ready your axe. This ends now.
I just fire damage, yeah. I was thinking maybe I could have used Dwarf Racial, but that doesn't do anything against any of this damage. Even the Berserker Leap does nature damage. And Rapid Fire does fire damage. Oh well, close enough, close enough. No, the New Moon Talents are not out yet. Hopefully tomorrow? Okay, they got it, they got it. Believe in you guys. I'm gonna be right back 1 second while I finish this boss. They don't have a rest anyway. For a minute. 1 sec, guys. 30 seconds. I mean, they're not gonna make it, right? Surely not. 2 damage dealers. 30 seconds is not enough. It's interesting how close it still was, though, considering... I think we played really well up until this last boss. Yeah, we also need 3 counts. True. We don't have trash. Anyway, we're back. Alright. Wait, I actually got rating! What? Oh, I thought I spawned at the entrance. We missed a dead eye on the first boss. Oh, shit. I like this route, though. It's a good route. I'm a fan. The other Warlock is playing demo. I don't know what the legendary demos play. I don't know. For a second, I thought, okay? For a second. Okay, we have, what do we have? Streets, Lower, Gambit, Workshop. Ooh, Lower would be nice. Love Lower. Let's do it! I'm a big fan of Lower. And I'm not even sarcastic. I like Lower. It's fun. Demo plays Unity.
I think it wise to divide our efforts. I'll work to circumvent the tower's magical defenses. You may need to take a more blunt force approach. This goes without saying, but be on your guard. I sense something.
So my bar and target bar?
Not felt.
That's probably, yeah, you're probably missing shadowed unit frames then, if you want to use it. You can also use elf UI frames if you want. But I'm using shadowed unit frames. Yeah, it's shadowed unit frames. It's an add-on, you have to download it if you want the same bars. What's the event? The boss event. Anyone knows? First boss. NA is Wicked, so we have... If NA has Wicked, we have... actually, I don't know. Beauty and the Beast, okay. They should also, like, line them up again. I don't like it when NA has different stuff than EU. It's just weird. Just line it up. Because then we have different affixes, right? And we have the same affixes but different boss events. And that means one or the other could be easier or harder, right? So it kind of sucks for a radar score. Yeah, exactly, Sevla. That's what I mean, it's weird. I want to watch this video from Geo. She made a video about if casters should be high elo or not. And that sounds interesting.
Today, we're going to tackle a very controversial topic that occasionally comes up and gets debated on the timeline. But I feel that generally the arguments that we see go into these debates are either poorly educated, or the educated opinions that we do get are poorly represented because they're crammed into 240 characters. The argument from some people is that in order to be a valuable commentator or broadcast analyst in esports, you have to have played the game at a high elo. Personally, I find this argument is oftentimes used as a scapegoat against talent that people don't like for other reasons and then misconstrue their feelings as to why they don't like them. But either way, let's have a look at it now. So there are two main lines of logic to explore. Number one, what does a broadcast actually need to be good? And number 2, do you have to be able to do something at a high level in order to theoretically understand it at a high level? Both of these lines
Yeah,
of
that's a good
logic can be
point.
split.
Okay, I think we actually have to play the key before we continue watching this. But I think depending on what the esport is, you can be incredibly knowledgeable about a game without actually having the skill or experience yourself to be able to commentate on it. I think that is very true. Because the thing that a lot of people don't necessarily understand is the fact that high-end competitive gameplay is not actually the same as being high elo in a certain game. Like, for example, if someone is challenger in League of Legends, they're obviously pretty good. They're obviously really good in solo queue, but that does not mean that this person has a really, really good understanding of competitive play. Because competitive play and solo queue are very different. You could be the best player in challenger and be really bad in competitive play. And it could be the other way around too. You could be really good in competitive play, but not so good in solo queue. Because it's actually completely different if you're playing with random players or if you're playing in a team as 5. It is actually pretty different. So just because you're high elo in League of Legends does not mean that you're necessarily a good caster, because you could not have, like, you just have different knowledge, right? So yeah, it doesn't necessarily translate, and it's the same in Thing as well, in other esports, like specifically in WoW. If you're a high Raider IO player on live servers, that does not mean you know what's going on in the MDI, for example. Because MDI is speedrunning keys, which is not something you do on live servers at all. So just because you're high rated on live servers with with Mythic score, does not mean you're automatically a good caster for like speedrunning for MDI. It doesn't really translate like that.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Buff.
I think it wise to divide our efforts. I'll work to circumvent the tower's magical defenses. You may need to take a more blunt...
Oh my god, my belt failed again.
This goes without saying, but be on your guard. I sense something. A presence
Oh wait, I can actually go. I think I can go. No, I cannot. Fuck me.
Frankly, that's a skill issue.
Rest or summon? Maybe summon. Dude, I swear this belt never works. I know what's wrong with it. It's messed up. If they already pulled... Oh, they pulled. Fuck. I guess I pulled. God damn it. Oh.
Dodge.
Alright.
Run. Dodge. Dodge. Run. Dodge. Run. Dodge. Dodge. Run.
God, Sanguine is so annoying with these philanthropists. Because they just stand still and cast.
Dodge.
So I think it's totally possible that someone can be a good esports commentator without being high elo themselves. In most games. I think the only thing that is definitely translates is experience in general. Like having experience in a game obviously translates to knowledge, but no matter, like, I don't think it necessarily matters as much. Like if you've played League of Legends for years, even if you've only been like platinum or whatever, I think you can obviously be a really good caster because you have a lot of knowledge about the game. You might not have a lot of knowledge about like high-end solo queue, but that doesn't necessarily matter because competitive is different anyway, right? Competitive is always different than high challenger or whatever, so I don't think you need experience in high challenger to be able to know what's going on in competitive.
Dodge.
Divided by generations of enmity, they are brought together by passion for violence and violence.
Avoid.
Oh. I stunned him with my blasphemy in Sanguine.
Will it end in triumph or tragedy? And now, on with the show.
Avoid.
We still are in combat with the Asher.
So you want to
Oh, I pulled.
do ya?
Run away.
You're not thinking of someone else.
Wait, you can pull an infiltrator? Or where's this guy coming from?
I knew something never before was going to happen.
Wait, that's so funny. Where can you pull this infiltrator from?
It's so much to believe. You're not making a joke.
Run away.
I'm out of defenses now.
Frankly, that's a skill issue.
Fuck me. It's just too much damage. Bit of a rest.
Run away.
Man, I'm getting every single dot. Am I dead again? I think I'm dead. Oh my god. Oof. Thank god he charged me later. If he would have charged me first, I would have died.
I'm just gonna play it cool.
I'm actually gonna put Curse of Tongues on all of these guys.
Spread.
Watch the bubbles.
Spread.
Stunning.
Spread. Spread.
I mean, there's also quite a lot of examples of good casters that have never been high elo or have been high elo like a long time ago. And if you've been high elo like a long time ago, I don't think that matters necessarily, you know? Some people think, oh, if you were challenger like 10 years ago, then that somehow translates to competitive knowledge or whatever, but it definitely does not. Because games change so much over the course of years.
Run away.
Spread.
Now that's what I call a hot foot.
Spread.
Run away.
Now that's what I call a hot foot.
This is the overlap, right? Where we get the charge as well?
Wanna go for a
Oh
spin?
no, now we get the charge.
Spread.
Run away.
Now that's what I call a hot foot.
Spread.
Run away.
Now that's what I call a hot foot.
This boss is just so chaotic. So much going on.
Wanna go for a spin?
Run away.
Now that's what I call a hot foot. Never
Yeah, it's like saying every football commentator needs to have played in the Champions League. Exactly. Oh my god, my belt did not fail. Let's go. Yeah, exactly. Or someone that was Grand Marshal in Classic commentating AWC today.
Interrupt.
Right? Like it's
Interrupt.
it's obviously like
But.
shit.
Interrupt. Interrupt.
Oh shit, Sanguine.
Interrupt.
Oh no, the Sanguine incident. Oh my god, I think we're... We still have interrupts? We do have a rest, but I think we don't need it. Unless the tank dies. Should be fine though? The Warlock just said he's diamond. I wish I was diamond. So I could be a League of Legends commentator.
Interrupt.
If that's all it takes.
Interrupt. Interrupt. Interrupt.
Stunning? Oh, Sanguine. No. God, Sanguine is such an annoying affix. Jesus. And the thing with Sanguine is, like, I kind of like Sanguine as, like, I like when affixes are relevant enough that you have to play around them in, like, a skillful way to avoid it, without it being annoying, and I think Sanguine is that. But the problem is that there's quite a few instances where no matter how good you play, you can't avoid it in a sense. Like when mobs are unmovable and cast stuff, for example, like when you can't displace them, or they have abilities that cannot be interrupted, and they're just standing still moving, and then also the mobs that run away when they're low HP. Like the murlocs, for example, that run away, they just randomly walk into a sanguine pool, you know, and then it's like, the only thing you can really do is stun them to avoid them running away, but that is easier said than done, especially in high keys. So it's just really annoying. Oh my god. All of these mobs are being catted out of my ring of fires. It feels good. Oh shit. Stunning? Oh, there's stun and sanguine. I'm resting. And why can I not rest? On upside? I just gotta rest already. I just cat them. Oh shit, blasphemy stun, blasphemy stun. Oh, that's good, it's good. Oh, we got this, we don't need a tank. I mean, most really good League of Legends commentators are a good example for this. Because a lot of good League of Legends commentators, they have been like... Some of them have been high rated in the past. But it's like, that's, you know... Like, that's so long ago that it doesn't really matter anymore now.
Self-CD. Right.
And if you look at real life sports, there's also like a lot of commentators that either have never been professional or themselves, or it was such a long time ago that it's maybe not as relevant anymore. Yeah, exactly. Mehdi and Vedi, they're both not like super high ranked themselves, and they're really good commentators. Yeah, I agree. They both do a really good job. Oh, we pulled something.
Self-CD. Right.
Are the commentators at horse races horses? Okay, a commentator at horse race would have to be a jockey, right? Or have been in the past, and not an actual horse, right? But, but yeah. Well, I mean, I think the point that I'm trying to make is just that being high elo in a game does not make you a good caster. And it's also not a requirement for becoming a good caster, I think. Like, you can be a good caster even if you've never been high elo. And at the same time, if you are high elo, it also could mean that you're a bad commentator. Because even if you're really knowledgeable about something, doesn't mean that you can convey that knowledge necessarily to the audience in a good way.
Interrupt.
Oh. And additionally being being good in a game does not mean that you're also good or knowledgeable about the competitive version of it, right? That's also very, very true. Yeah, Bijou, that'd be awesome.
May I take your jacket?
Dodge. Dodge.
And yeah, I think people can acquire the knowledge about something without playing themselves, right? Like, it's obviously very possible to know a lot about a certain game without ever having played that certain game on like a high thing as well. It's just a lot of work, right? The less experience you have yourself, the more work you actually have to put in to get the knowledge. But it's not that it's impossible, right?
Dodge.
It just takes more time and effort for that person to get the knowledge.
Dodge.
Because other people that have the experience, they might already have a lot of the knowledge because they've played, but that doesn't mean that this knowledge is unattainable for someone who has not played, right? That's just how everything works in life. Like, if you have been... like, a pretty simple analogy is if you have been a baker all your life, you probably know a lot about baking, but that doesn't mean that a person that has never baked in their life wouldn't be able to get that same knowledge if they put a lot of time and effort into researching it, right? Like, it's not that this knowledge is some secret thing that you can only obtain by being a baker. You can also get the knowledge by just researching it, technically. And the same goes for casting, I think. Yeah, that's why schooling in general exists. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Some people could have like a lot of knowledge, but are lacking the mechanical skill to be good at the game. But thankfully, if you're a caster, you do not need the mechanical skill. You just need the knowledge, right?
Interrupt.
So you can be a really, really good caster with only the knowledge and no skill to back it up, or like limited skill to back it up, without it being like bad or anything. Because to be high elo in any game, you need a lot of skill, but also instinct, I guess. Like, sometimes people just have this instinct for a certain game, you know? And they can't really describe what it is. Like, they just know what to do in a certain situation.
Dodge.
Oh, shit. Oh my god. Where did this guy come from?
Interrupt. Dodge.
Where did the spectral charger come from? I swear to god, it came out of nowhere.
Tread.
And if you're a caster, you don't need that instinct, right? That kind of like thing that comes natural to a lot of players. You don't need it if you're commentating.
Right. Interrupt.
Because you just need to see, you just need to observe,
Tread. Dodge.
explain what the people are doing. You don't need to know what the best move would be now, right?
Tread. Tread.
Am I dead? No, I'm fine. Is it ironical? What should be what is ironical?
Interrupt. Dodge. 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 Interrupt. Interrupt. Dodge. 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 Interrupt. 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 Dodge.
Someone in chat was arguing you could only get knowledge by doing. Oh, yeah, that's definitely wrong, of course. Otherwise, schools would be pretty... Like, any sort of education would be completely useless
Dodge.
if you could only gain knowledge by doing, right? That's literally what school is. School is gaining knowledge by not doing. But by studying.
Interrupt. Dodge.
Also, we would know very little about the universe
Dodge.
if we could only study by doing.
Interrupt.
I mean, in fact, all of science is basically theoretical knowledge without doing things. Well, not all of it. Of course, there's also like practical stuff. Like, oh
Interrupt.
shit. Fuck! That was a frontal.
Interrupt. Interrupt. Dodge.
Oh my god, for a second I thought we pulled the boss.
Interrupt.
Frankly, that's
Fuck! We can still do it, right? 15 minutes or no? Yeah, the biggest issue with commentators, and I think this is honestly more of an esports problem than most other things in life, that people in esports are honestly a bit elitist when it comes to their opinion about casters. Like, they're like, they need to have the skill, otherwise I'm not gonna respect them, you know? No matter if they have like really good knowledge, and if they say things that are really smart and that make a lot of sense, some people will still just be like, fuck this guy. This guy has never been a challenger in their lives, so I'm just not gonna listen to them. Even if whatever they're saying makes a lot of sense and is actually very correct. But that's honestly, like, I think it's partially a bit elitist that they think this way, but it's also pretty, like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's, I can't think of a word.
Interrupt.
It's almost like gatekeeping, in a sense, right? Gatekeeping, I guess, is the best word.
Dodge. 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 Interrupt.
Well, well. Another group of thieves trying to steal my horse.
People are always very protective about video gaming in general and about specific games that they're playing. So if there's anyone that comes into the game that they think don't have the experience or the knowledge, then they're super dismissive of the person, even if that person is really smart and knows a lot about the game.
Time to face my quarry toe to toe.
Which is honestly a bit silly because, like, any kind of prejudice is already bad, no matter in what aspect of life.
Spread.
But if a person is actively proving to you that they have the knowledge, but you're still dismissing them because of your prejudice that you have against something, that's just really, like, that's honestly just stupid. Like, then you're just stupid, honestly. And really, like, close-minded.
Frankly, that's a
What?
skill issue.
What's Mountain Strike? I don't think I've ever gotten hit by that before. This guy has a frontal in the mount up phase?
Idiot.
They had no chance.
I didn't know this guy has a frontal when he's mounted on midnight. I thought he only has a frontal in the normal Asherman phase. See, you know you have to avoid, but you didn't know versus doing. What? I could have had this knowledge totally without doing it. What do you mean? I totally could have been aware of this ability without actively doing it. I could have literally just read the dungeon journal.
Stop casting.
Rise up, midnight. Stab them into dust.
Okay, I got Infernal in a stack. Should I save this proc? I'm gonna channel my aura.
Stop casting.
Rise up, midnight. Stab them into dust. Time to face my quarry toe to toe.
Spread.
We ride, midnight, to victory!
No shit, our healer died. We have a rest though.
Stop casting.
Rise up, midnight. Stab them into dust. Time to
And have cooldowns.
Spread.
I think I'm just gonna cool down midnight here.
Stop cast.
Rise up, midnight. Stab them into dust. Time to face my quarry toe to toe.
People just expect high skill. Yeah, but that's the question that I'm asking. Why do people expect high skill from commentators? Because they're obviously not actually playing, right? Why is high skill something that people expect from a commentator? It's kind of weird, no?
Stop cast.
Frankly, that's a skill issue.
Oh, I was too close. Fuck me. Can't believe this shit one-shots me. I'm a warlock. 120k. Okay. Used it from sports. Lots of commentators are former players.
Stop cast.
Yeah, there are lots of commentators in real sports that are former players, but there's also lots of commentators that aren't, right? It's just a natural path, I think. Should I release? I guess so. It's like, I think it's a very natural path for a player to become a commentator when you're like not good enough anymore to play. Then it's like a logical thing to do afterwards. That's why it happens a lot that players become commentators. But there's also a lot of commentators that have never actually been pro players themselves in real sports. Real life, or real sports, you know what I mean?
Run.
Okay, timer's getting a bit close. Whoa, this servant just one-shot me. Fuck, was that my Infernals that pulled that? I think it might have been my Infernals.
Interrupt.
Or I guess our pets in general. I think we were out of time anyway, though. I think we didn't have enough time. But yeah, the Infernal, or like the pets were walking from like the left directly to the right. Through the attendants. I opened 10 tickets begging for a beta to the Game Masters. If you did that, you are never gonna get beta ever again. I hope you know that. I hope you know that you're in a blacklist now and you'll never get beta. Ever again in your life. If you actually open 10 tickets. I hope that's not true. Cervix isn't throwing darts as him as we speak. Yeah, surely not. Surely. This paddle is coming so close to me, huh? I'm asleep. Oh, thank you. You know it, Sebla, you know it. I have to miss spots. Actually, I can belt. I can belt. If I'll make it. Belt in 2 seconds. It's gonna fail, isn't it? Oh my god, the amount of times my belt fails is insane. No, it's so dumb. Oh. I guess I was in range of that. Can we mind control this? And just go? Yeah, maybe. That is a good point. Maybe because gaming feels more accessible to people, they expect more from a caster? That's actually kind of a good point. It is true. It definitely does seem more accessible, even if it's not necessarily true that it is. Like some esports are not accessible at all, or I don't want to say that they're not accessible, but it's incredibly difficult to be a pro at certain video games.
Step into the light, mortals.
I am. Was? Okay.
Frankly, that's a
Oh?
skill issue.
I thank God I didn't Infernal.
greed and perversion. Repent or die! Step into the light, mortals. By fire be cleansed. All shall be sanctified.
Man, when they're gonna nerf this dot again? This dot is just way too dumb.
Be cleansed. Mortals, open your heart to virtue. Renounce your greed and perversion.
Don't have a rest.
Repent or die.
We're gonna die, right?
Step into the light, mortals.
Okay, as long as the warlock is alive, we're fine. Oh, our priest was repentant. Ah, that's what happened. Hey, Safi Rocks, what's up? How are you? I'm good.
Step into the light, mortals.
Interrupt.
By fire be cleansed. Mortals,
That is true, One Gun Pete. That is very true.
renounce your greed and perversion. Repent or die.
Interrupt.
It is at 27.
A teachable mind. A pure mind is an orderly mind.
Yeah, Bishu, that is actually very true. Oof. Okay, we tried our best, but we just didn't succeed. Well, I'm glad the warlock poured it out because now we have exactly 27 deaths in a 27 key. Beautiful. Wait, we are leaving. Are we trying again? We tried. Could have been better. Also could have been worse though.
Many deals for a friend of the Grumbles. Like you.
Okay, I'm gonna go play with Brian a bit before, but first we watch this video because it is an interesting subject.
Many farewells.
So let's watch the rest of this, and then if Brian is ready, let's whisper Brian. Oh shit. Misclick. Okay, let's watch the rest of this. Let's watch it again from the start because I think some people
Today
were
we're
just
going
on
to
here.
tackle a very controversial topic that occasionally comes up and gets debated on the timeline. But I feel that generally the arguments that we see go into these debates are either
Ooh,
poorly
I like that point a lot. Yeah, I think this is actually very true. Rain is saying, I think people rely on high rank as a way to tell casters are knowledgeable because they can't tell if what the caster is saying is correct, since they themselves don't know much. I think that is probably one of the biggest reasons, because sometimes people don't know much themselves, and then they don't actually know if what the caster is saying is true or not. And if they are high rated somehow or high ranked, then they'll just believe them, even if it's not true, because they don't know, but they'll believe them. And if someone that isn't very experienced or very high rated, then they'll just kind of assume that what they're saying is not true, or they don't believe it as much, at least. Yeah, I agree that that's not something that you should be doing. Like, it's definitely not a good thing to have this kind of thought process. Because, yeah, you should be trusting the organization that is putting up the casters, like the broadcast, that they are hiring knowledgeable casters, right? Like, you kind of need to have the trust in the org or in the company or whatever, instead of just going purely on skill level. Because many times I've heard people that are really experienced say things that are wrong. And I've also heard people that are not super experienced say things that are really correct that maybe other people didn't see, you know? Like, that happens to me a lot. This obviously has nothing to do with the conversation we're having right now, because we're talking about skill level right now. But I've definitely experienced that that I personally, because I have the experience, right? Like, I personally am an experienced WoW player. So technically I have, like, the requirements for people to believe me. But unfortunately, I'm a woman. So some people that are super misogynist kind of just assume whatever I am saying is wrong. Which is really funny sometimes, because I will say something that is correct. But they assume it's wrong. And then they say shit like, "Oh my god, I can't believe a Naguura is talking shit again. That's not even true." When in fact it was actually true what I was saying. But they don't know better. And because they kind of have, like, they kind of assume that I'm stupid or that I don't know what I'm talking about because I'm a woman. And then they'll just say, "Oh my god, she's talking shit again, blah, blah, blah." Which is funny because I obviously have the experience to back up my kind of, like, things that I'm saying, which, again, is not that important, but whatever. And then I've heard other casters say things that are wrong and no one will, like, call them out about it. Which is fine. Like, sometimes I don't think that every caster always needs to say everything that is perfectly correct. Like, as a caster, you have to, like, constantly talk about stuff, right? So sometimes you might just say something that is not 100% accurate, right? And it is what it is, you know, like, it happens. So I don't think that other casters necessarily should be called out more or something like that. I just think it's really ironic that sometimes people call out things that I say that are not actually wrong, and people are just saying it's wrong. I just always think that's funny. But yeah, that has the women versus men thing doesn't really have anything to do with this conversation, right?
Educated, or the educated opinions that we do get are poorly represented because they're crammed into 240 characters. The argument from some people is that in order to be a valuable commentator or broadcast analyst in esports, you have to have played the game at a high elo. Personally, I find this argument is oftentimes used as a scapegoat against talent that people don't like.
Do you really have to constantly talk? Is Blizzard requiring that? Well, no, Blizzard is not requiring us to talk all the time, but that's kind of what commentators are for, right? I mean, right? Like, what would be the other option? The other option would be to just not talk, which would be weird. I guess what you're saying is that there could be more pauses, which I don't necessarily disagree. But then at the same time, if there's things to talk about, why not talk about stuff, right? You kind of need to... I honestly feel like it's weird when... Because I sometimes watch sports broadcasts where there are a lot of pauses in the commentating, but that usually only happens when there's, like, a solo commentator. And I think then it's totally fine. Like, if you're solo commentating something, then I totally think it's okay if there's pauses for a while. But if you're duo commentating or trio commentating, then I don't think there's a necessity for there to be pauses, right? There's 3 people that can say something, so just say something.
like for other reasons and then misconstrue their feelings as to why they don't like them. But either way, let's have a look at it now. So there are two main lines
Hey
of
Lala,
logic
by the
to
way, what's
explore.
up?
Number one, what does a broadcast actually need to be good? And number two, do you have to be able to do something at a high level in order to theoretically understand it at a high level? Both of these lines of logic can be split into two false ideas that people believe, and that's what we're going to break down now. Let's start with the first line. What does a broadcast actually need to be good? Here are the two false ideas that we're going to be looking at. One, there is a false idea that knowledge and insight are the most valuable parts of a broadcast. Two, there is a false idea that enthusiasts who are more likely to have high-level knowledge are the most valuable part of a viewer base. So let's approach the first idea. Why are knowledge and insight not the most important part of a broadcast? I think this is the part that irks some people the most, both in the audience and also in aspiring casters who simply want a platform to espouse their knowledge and passion for a game without having a full understanding of what the purpose of the job actually is. So the first thing that you have to understand is that esports broadcasts are predominantly run for marketing purposes. They are not just done out of the goodness of a publisher's heart. Broadcasts cost a lot of money to run, and it's important to remember that media rights in esports don't work the same way that they do in traditional sports. We do occasionally see platforms pay for exclusivity rights, but in general, the media landscape in esports broadcasting is almost a monopoly. And these platforms are not behind a paywall, so the opportunity to make money from them is limited anyway. And the publisher owns the IP of the product, so the platforms are never going to be the entities that are making the most money off of this game in the first place. When if we compare that to sports, no one owns like the concept of football, you know? There is not a creator of football who is going to be making the most money off of the NFL. It's important to note too that this is typically why we only ever get one broadcast per language for any league that is happening in esports. You have your official broadcast and that is it. Meanwhile, in traditional sports, what you may have is a number of different broadcasts who have the rights to the same product, and they can all provide something slightly different. So broadcast A may focus more on
That's a good
entertainment,
point.
and broadcast B may focus more on heavier analysis. Overall, because esports are just glorified marketing ploys, the main aim is to either sell the game or...
That's a really good point, because that sometimes happens when, like when there's any like sport going on, you might have different broadcasts where the commentators are focusing on different things, as she was saying. And depending on what you are interested in, you might be looking at the broadcast where the knowledge that you're looking for or the things that you're looking for are being talked about more, right? So if you're really interested in super like analyzing stuff, right? If you want super inside knowledge about things, you watch a broadcast where they maybe do that. And if you're not as interested in that and you would rather be more entertained, then you maybe watch a different broadcast where the casters are more like entertainers and funnier and like whatever, you know? I think that's a good point, because that doesn't really happen necessarily in esports, because as she was saying, you only really have like one broadcast because they don't want to give the rights to other broadcasts to stream the same game or the same tournament. So you really only have one broadcast, maybe for each language a different one, but you still have one broadcast for each language, and then you kind of have to do everything a little bit as casters. Like you don't want to be only super knowledgeable and only talk about insights and stuff, because there might be people that are so new to the game that they're not understanding you, right? That is something that people have talked to us once in a while too, to the WoW casters, because I'm casting the MDI obviously, right? And sometimes people, or sometimes like the higher ups are talking to us and say stuff like, okay, sometimes don't use the abbreviation of a word and just say the whole thing. Because in WoW we use a lot of abbreviations, right? And someone who plays the game will know them, right? If I say dot, most people that play the game will know what a dot is, right? But there's some people that maybe don't know what a dot is. So if I constantly talk in my insider World of Warcraft language, then it might exclude people that are newer to the game, that want to watch the tournament as well, without completely missing all of the commentary, right? Because if I'm sitting here and talk about super in-depth stuff and like mechanics about this class, and then I constantly use abbreviations of certain words, then a new player will open up the broadcast and they'll be like, what the fuck are the commentators talking about? I don't understand anything, you know? So you have to mix it up a little. Like sometimes you talk about more in-depth stuff, but then other times you talk more, you know, like more like things that are more obvious, things that are not super like analytical, stuff like that, right? Because yeah, you kind of need to speak to all of the audience, not just, more broadly, yeah. You need to speak to everyone in the audience and not just people that are super, super knowledgeable already. Because most of the time, the people that are super knowledgeable already, they're the loudest when it comes to speaking up against commentators. Like usually people that are super, super knowledgeable, they will be the ones that complain. It's like, oh my God, why didn't the casters say this? Or why didn't the casters talk about that? Or why blah, 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 right? And those knowledgeable players that watch the broadcast, the commentary isn't necessarily for them because they will see what's going on anyway, right? Like someone that is super, super knowledgeable, that watches the MDI, they will basically not need the commentary, right? Because they'll see what's going on. They will understand. So only catering the cast towards those players is, in fact, almost the opposite of what you want to do, because they don't need the commentary necessarily, right? Because they are knowledgeable enough to understand what's going on without any commentary even. So what's the point of completely catering everything around them when the other, like the rest of the people that are watching wouldn't even understand what the casters are talking about half the time? Dota tournament is a beginner kind of caster stream, which can be nice compromise if possible. Yeah, I heard about that. There was also something in League of Legends like that, I think. I think League of Legends also used to have like a beginner broadcast where the casters were talking a lot more about super like obvious things. It's like, oh, this champion has this mechanic that does this, you know? Because it's really difficult to mix in those kind of things with your normal broadcast because people are going to complain about stuff like that. Like, I remember in the MDI, sometimes when I explain an obvious mechanic that everyone knows already, then sometimes people will complain. It's like, oh my God, we know what the boss does. You don't have to talk about it and stuff like that. Like, they just don't understand that there are actually people that maybe don't know what the boss does, you know?
Products within the game to the viewer. That, and you want to sell an investment into the esports so that then people's eyes are in front of sponsors too. High elo players who are already financially invested in the game and exist in smaller numbers are not typically the best demographic to focus on for this, but we will get to that later. So straight up, we've already established that imparting knowledge is not in fact the primary goal of an esports broadcast. So what is the best way to achieve the primary goal of an esports broadcast? Entertainment. Entertainment is what keeps us engaged, watching, and coming back for more. Simply, as human beings, it's what keeps us invested in just about anything. Entertainment can include education, but education past a certain point can become alienating and boring for a large number of people. Think about this. Why are people like David Attenborough and Bob Ross so popular? Is it because they taught us their disciplines at the highest level? No. It's because they were using an entertaining format to educate a broad demographic about something. And even then, not all of that product was education. If you were to then go and show that product to someone who has a high-level knowledge or is an expert in those respective fields, they likely wouldn't learn anything from them, because the level at which you would have to be teaching them would be so much higher in order for them to learn something new. But that level would then be way too high to engage the masses, and you would lose the vast majority of your audience. Entertainment is created in different ways, but on a broadcast it's oftentimes done through juxtaposition and conflict. For example, two casters who are
I'm definitely a person that, like, when I'm watching any sort of esports, I always want to have, like, the super knowledgeable and in-depth commentary. I agree. But I think that makes sense. If you're, like, a competitive player in any game, you probably have, like, some sort of competitive spirit, and you want to... and it also, like, applies to other games, right? but I think that is probably the minority. I think the minority of players or people that watch esports would want to have super in-depth commentary about specifically games that they're not playing as much themselves, right? Because it can get really boring and bland if you're only talking about super in-depth like stats and like stuff like that, you know. But I personally would also, I'm also someone that wants to listen to that. Like for example, when the Race to World First is going on, I will never watch a broadcast from an org. Like I always watch the players' POVs because they'll specifically talk about what they're doing and what's going on. While of course the casters on a org's broadcast, they don't know what's going on. They're obvious. Some of them are really knowledgeable, right? Some casters during the Race to World First are super knowledgeable, but all of that knowledge is not going to help you if you just have like you're just looking at what's going on, but you don't actually know what strategies they're trying, what their goal is or whatever. You can theorize, you know, you can be like, oh, I think they're trying this, or I think they're doing that, or whatever, as a caster, but you're never gonna know exactly. But if you're watching the actual broadcast of the players and you hear the comms, then you can obviously clearly follow what the hell's going on, right? I guess Race to Wolf is a bit different, of course, than other esports, because in other esports you do not have the option to listen to the actual players, right? If you watch a League of Legends tournament, you're not going to be able to watch a team and listen to what they say. But if that was an option, I would also do that. I would always watch like the actual team's comms over commentary, I'm pretty sure. Even though the main broadcast of a League of Legends tournament is probably more entertaining than listening to a team, right? Even though I personally would love to hear the commentary. I don't need entertainment as much. Like, I don't need the casters to be funny or whatever. Like, I think that's something that that I personally don't need. But I totally see why other people would like that. Also, sometimes, in fact, it annoys me a little bit when casters are trying to be too entertaining. Like, sometimes casters, and I'm not saying that that's a bad thing that they're doing. I think some casters that are able to hype up certain plays is a really, really good thing. Because sometimes the audience is totally getting manipulated by how the casters speak, right? Sometimes there could be like somewhat of a boring play happening, but if the casters start yelling and like being super like passionate about what they're saying, then all of a sudden the viewer is like getting engaged and the viewer's like, oh my god, what's going on? Like, what is happening? And sometimes casters do that in like a very exaggerated way, and it bothers me. Like, if I see that there's a play that is happening that is not super like special, and the casters are completely blowing it out of proportions to engage the audience, then I, if anything, am annoyed. Like, I'm like, oh, you know, like, it wasn't that good, okay? Like, stop yelling, okay? I get it. But I know that the majority of the viewers are probably like it, right? I think. It gets annoying when it's fake, when they force it. Oh, it's almost always fake. Like, what does it mean when you say something is fake? If you're, like, commentators, when they are hyping something up, that is almost exclusively a fake reaction. Because think about, let's say you're watching a tournament and you're talking about it with your friends. Do you ever yell and get super excited about a play when you're just talking to your friends about it? No, right? Like, you're not gonna be like, oh my god, look at what he just did, he just blah blah blah, you know? Like, you're not gonna react this way. Unless it's something that was incredibly, like, good, right? So casters will always exaggerate their emotions in a fake way. But that's because you adjust your... Like, every human being literally adjusts how they're reacting to things depending on what they're currently doing. Like, if you're sitting all by yourself at home, you're not going to yell at the TV screen while you're watching a tournament. Probably. I think, maybe. But if you're talking to friends, you might be more excited to them as if you compare it to, I don't know, if you're watching a tournament with your parents, right? If you sit there in the living room and you watch a tournament with your parents, you're not gonna like super overreact and be like, oh my god, what is happening? And then you like throw stuff around, I don't know. And if you're a caster, your job is literally to entertain the audience. So you're obviously gonna exaggerate your feelings. You might be excited about a play that you're seeing, and you like purposely exaggerate the feeling that you have. Like, it's not that it's completely made up. Usually you're not making up something, right? Like when something exciting happens in the game, you feel the excitement yourself as a caster, and you might exaggerate it a little bit because you're casting, right? I think that you know what I mean. So it's not fully fake, it's just slightly exaggerated for the purpose of entertainment. Do you enjoy watching sports? I don't watch any real life sports, no. It definitely happened also, like, I think it was really obvious. I always take League of Legends as an example because League of Legends has been around for a really long time. And I also think that the League is like one of the biggest broadcasts whenever it comes to esports, right? But if you watch League of Legends in the past, like a long time ago, casters were a lot less energetic compared to now. And it's not that I disliked the casting before, by any means. I always really liked League commentators. But nowadays, they're definitely hyping stuff up more. And that's... I'm not necessarily saying that they're specifically are doing things... Like, I don't think they're faking anything. It's just that they... I don't know, like maybe the higher ups told them, you know, maybe hype up stuff a bit more or whatever, like maybe be a bit more energetic or whatnot, you know, like surely sometimes you get feedback by the higher ups when they're thinking that you're not doing this enough or not doing this enough. And I think the League casters definitely got like moved a bit more into this whole hyping thing, which I think also partially came from Korean casters as well. Have you ever watched any Korean casters? They like super exaggerate everything. It's like they're super over the top. They're like completely losing their minds and just like yelling, right? And I think there was a time where some of the Korean caster clips were going viral, where something happened in a tournament and then they posted the Korean clip everywhere. And even though people didn't understand Korean, they heard like how the casters are like super like yelling and hyping it, and everyone was like thinking it was funny, and then that kind of rubbed off a little bit, I think, on the English casters as well. Devil F2. Yeah, I agree. Exactly what Super T said. If everything is hype, then nothing is hype. Yeah, I think you definitely have to be... Like, whenever I watch the Korean cast, it's definitely, like, too over the top. But a caster that can hype things up is obviously really, really good. As long as it doesn't happen too many times. And as long as it doesn't happen on stuff that, like, to purposely hype up because there hasn't been anything hype in a while. Because I do notice some casters doing that for sure. I see people literally hyping up a play where I'm just like... Nothing happened. Like, stop yelling. Anyway, let's continue.
Riffing off of each other, or an analyst desk who make crazy takes and disagree with each other. The value of these things is that they incite emotion in the viewer. Either the viewer has no preconceived opinion and it gives them a focus point to develop one and thus engaging them further, or they already do have an opinion and this either corroborates it or challenges it, and that makes them more invested. One way or the other, they're either going to laugh along or they're going to get riled, but they want to be proven right. Analysts making dumb takes on the desk is usually a tactical decision made for the purpose of the broadcast, and a good host will encourage this along with disagreement on their desks.
Well,
I
you know
wonder
my
who.
pick. All aboard the Korean hype train, SK Telecom G1.
Thank you, Monty. I appreciate your SKT favorite, but I think it's more time for a Revolution.
And they're going to ruin the 4-for-4 home court advantage.
Gibbs, you make excellent points.
Let me tell you something.
But let me tell you something. When you got G2 on the other side, you got Chicago, you got Reed Curry, you got us humming, you got Massimo, and then you got Jay Neff, Jacob Neff, and Captain Canada. They've led on this moment. They've had sweat on eyes, they've had tears, and G2 will be your OCS World Champion by the time it is over.
I'm right with you.
That's
Give me G2
amazing.
on this one, folks. How's the chat feeling about it?
This is 100% something that happens all the time in esports, by the way, that if there's someone, like if there's a team or like a matchup where there's like a clear favorite, you definitely don't want to, like, commentators are going to lie to you. Like, they will 100% lie to you and pretend as if it isn't super obvious, right? At least some of the casters. You don't want all of the casters to lie. Like, you don't want all of the casters to be like, oh, actually, I think they both have like an even chance or whatever, right? But you're gonna have like maybe one caster who is like, okay, well, Echo is clearly gonna win here, or like TSM is clearly gonna win this or whatever, right? And then you're gonna have other casters who are gonna talk against it a little bit to like make sure it's not super, like we shouldn't be conveying a feeling to you that you're wasting your time watching this broadcast. Because if every single caster says, oh, well, there's like a 99% chance that SKT1 is going to win this, then you as a viewer are going to lose interest in even following the broadcast, right? Because if it's like a done deal, who is going to win, then what's the point in watching, right? So the casters are trying to kind of have a back and forth between each other by saying, well, actually, you know, if this happens, they might actually win anyway, like blah, blah, blah. It's like the underdog story. The underdog story is also something that constantly is something that the casters talk about, right? Like, who's the dark horse? Who's the underdog? Like, who could possibly win? What, like, this miracle kind of thing that could happen? Because everyone loves an underdog story and everyone wants to be surprised. So something happens that you didn't expect to happen, right? To keep the kind of hype and to keep the motivation for the viewers to stick to the broadcast and actually see what's going to happen, right? And that is totally something that the casters are manipulating. Like, because obviously the casters all have an opinion and it's almost always the same, right? It almost never happens that casters have complete opposite opinions, because all of the casters are watching the tournament and all of the casters see what's going on and they're all usually pretty knowledgeable. So yeah, like if there's a game where like Echo plays against, like in the MDI, if Echo plays against some rank 8 team, then obviously every single caster knows that Echo is going to win, right? But we're not going to say that 24/7, like that would be stupid. We're not trying to have all of the viewers leave.
Extremely off-putting to have analysts who always want to be right, because usually that means that they're prioritizing their own personal credit than they are the value of the desk as a whole. And the point about strong takes is why the best broadcasts will have a variety of personas of different levels of seriousness. Any broadcast of too much of the same thing will feel lacking. For example, take what is, in my opinion, still my favorite analyst desk of any esports event ever, the Overwatch World Cup 2018 desk, and you have all of these different examples. You have Bren, who's the comic relief / instigator, Johnny is the ex-pro foil who will shut jokes down, and Josh is insightful and witty while also playing straight into the other two's personas and directly encouraging them. And then on top of that, you have Golden Boy, who clearly has a rapport with all of them anyway and knows how to tap into those personas and draw the most extreme versions of them out. What we end up with is what feels almost like a show that has these well-developed characters rather than just like 4 guys dryly talking about the analysis of Overwatch. This is why you may just see one person, maybe 2, on a broadcast who have some kind of professional experience, or rather, I should say, someone whose role on the desk is to be that insight into the professional experience. For example, in the LCS Summer Split, they brought in pro guests whose job was there to provide insight. It's actually something that Rainbow Six has just started doing as well in the North American League. This engages fandom because people like to know about what's going on with pros, but it also provides an uncontestable neutral point on the desk that's just fact rather than opinion, and then the desk can build around that. This is done by building on character dynamics like being the comic relief or being the villain. You could have a pro come on as a guest who got eliminated last week or yesterday or whatever, and they can tell you that we did XYZ because our coach likes off-meta picks. Okay, that is uncontestable. That is a truth. That's a fact that you are being told by this pro who has insight into being a pro.
Yes,
but then you don't want 2 analysts who are going to sit there and be like, yeah. You could have an analyst who says, that is the most genius thing I've ever heard. I want the team that's still in the competition to do that. And then the other analyst says, no, that is hot garbage. That's why you got eliminated. And I don't want to see the team that's already, you know, still in the competition do that, because otherwise they're going to get eliminated too. And immediately you've provided that conflict. And both parts of that conflict are equally as valid as each other. They both provide value. And if you removed that pro player from the equation, that value would not have changed. If a desk just had ex-pros or ex-coaches, it would be very easy for that to feel like dry, flat lecturing if you don't have the charisma, the personality, and the comfortability with being wrong that you should have on a desk. If you're never wrong, then the disparity between the expectation for the game and the outcome of the game is never going to be that big, and therefore all your games are going to feel underwhelming. This is why it's always a good idea to have someone who's going to go against a really obvious prediction. It provides a talking point under any circumstances, and it still gives the viewer a reason to watch an otherwise potentially predetermined game. If you already know the outcome of a game before it happens, then there's little incentive to watch. But if you give some hope that the underdog might win, no matter how small that hope is, it incentivizes the game anyway. This is something that Jad actually spoke about in a recent episode of JLXP, where he talked about why he was the only person out of 16 to predict the underdog team. And the fact that he ended up being right provided so much to the storyline of that team and that game. And even if he had ended up being wrong, it still would have provided a valuable entertainment factor. And regardless of outcome, it provides talking points that otherwise would not have been there, because he would have always had to have defended his reason. If Jat's main concern had been preserving his own prediction record, then so much would have been lost from that broadcast and story. Oftentimes, worrying about being right as often as possible is usually not conducive to the best broadcast possible. The fear of being wrong is not unique to one type of analyst, but it's usually seen more in those who value objective correctness over broadcast value. Being wrong can be a tool, and it is not a bad thing in broadcast talent. So let's move on to the next point. Why are enthusiasts not the most valuable part of a viewer base? Firstly, let's define an enthusiast. For all intents and purposes, this is someone who is the opposite of a casual viewer. They'll have high hours in game, they oftentimes participate in online fandom and discussion, things like that. And crucially, an enthusiast is more likely to have a high game knowledge or be high elo in a game themselves. So
yeah, I mean, this is just what I said before, right? If someone is super knowledgeable about a game, why would the casters focus on those type of players? Like, why would the casters or the broadcast be catered towards people that are super knowledgeable themselves when they are the ones that need the commentary the least? And additionally, they're also the ones that are already really invested in the game, and the purpose of a broadcast is advertisement, right? The esports in general is advertisement, right? The only reason why esports exists is because they're advertising their own game, right? So if you want to advertise something to your audience, the main like kind of audience you want to think about is new players, or having people come back to the game, because people that are already playing the game and they're super invested into the game, they already play the game. So you don't need to be speaking to them, right? You don't need to advertise a product to people that are already paying for your product, right? Like that just makes no sense. That's why the people that are super, super knowledgeable are not the main target audience for commentary. And that just makes so much sense, right? It just absolutely makes sense that the broadcast wouldn't be made for those things. And that's why I sometimes get really... Sometimes, and this point specifically is something that a lot of the players don't understand. The players, the professional players, they sometimes, many times actually, talk shit about the broadcast. Like they say how bad the broadcast is and how casters are saying dumb shit and whatever. And that's because the players themselves are the most knowledgeable people about what they are doing, because they're literally doing it, right? So if they're watching the broadcast, they will hear a lot of things that in their mind is either incorrect or things that are just completely not being said that they think are interesting to talk about, right? Because if you are a player yourself and you know everything about your own strategy, then there will be many things that you think that is interesting, that should be conveyed to the audience, that might not actually be true in reality. So for pro players to watch the broadcast, I can totally understand why they think the broadcast is bad, because it's not supposed to be for them, right? The broadcast of an esport is not trying to cater towards professional players, obviously, right? And sometimes professional players don't understand that. They think that if the casters aren't 100% always saying everything that they see and everything is super analytical and everything is perfectly accurate, then the broadcast is bad, which is just not true.
Explain that broadcasts are more for
yeah,
the purposes
Kalandra.
of marketing.
It happened many times. There's actually quite a few players that did that.
Now we have to figure out to whom we are marketing. Analytics are expensive, so let's do this in an exceptionally crude way. Here is the August 2022 League of Legends rank distribution. Assuming that high elo is ranked Diamond 4 or above, we can...
Which, by the way, is already like super low, yeah? If Diamond 4 is your expectation of high elo for like casters, then I mean, I don't know what to tell you at that point, right? Because if there's a caster that is Diamond 4, that person, there's absolutely no reason to think that that person would be more knowledgeable than any other player. Because Diamond 4 is nothing when it comes to... Like, Diamond 4 is so much worse than Challenger. It's not even funny. It's like it's a canyon that is between those two.
See that in season 12 of League of Legends, 1.882% of the player base was high elo. Now let's map this onto the LEC summer split average views of 211,743 people. This ends up coming out to 3,985 people. And if you take its peak viewership, which is more likely to have a representative distribution of its elos, it comes to 13,787 of 732,573 people. That's tiny. Remember that point I made about David Attenborough and Bob Ross, and how people who are experts in their field may enjoy the product, but they're very unlikely to learn something new because the level at which you would have to be teaching would be alienating to most viewers. Now let's imagine that here. Would you want to have a broadcast that is alienating and disengaging to nearly 99% of those viewers of the LEC Summer Split, knowing that you're trying to sell a product to those people? Let's also consider the need for accessibility. While watching the LEC finals, which demographic do you think are going to need a conduit to bridge the gap between their own knowledge and what's happening in game? And which demographic do you think don't need that explanation because they already know? Having a large portion of the broadcast be tailored towards Grandmaster players is going to benefit neither of those demographics. The first, because they will have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, and the second, because you're just telling them things they already know. This is especially true when you consider the fact that desks typically only get a couple of minutes to speak at a time, and when you're looking at a cast, you usually have a maximum of 30 seconds to yourself. And tying the game's events into an established story and inciting an appeal to emotion through player insights is usually deemed to be more valuable of that time than overly analyzing. It is important, of course, to provide a generally correct explanation as to what's happening in these team fights, but these explanations shouldn't and usually can't be done at a level that surpasses a high elo understanding. And casting can only ever be speculative. Regardless of how high elo you are, people will always have different speculations when it comes to decisions that are made by other people. That's why we have multiple people on a broadcast to discuss these ideas, rather than just one to dictate what is the objective truth. This also highlights the difference between being a pro.
That's also a good point. Just because, like, you could be the most knowledgeable, like, you could literally take, let's take the League of Legends analogy. You could literally take a professional player and put him on the caster desk and commentate a game, and that professional player will still not know why something happened. Like, that player might still say something that is incorrect, because obviously you cannot read someone's mind. Like, you can't be like, oh, they must have done this play because they wanted to recall so they can do Baron afterwards, right? Like, that is speculations that, of course, the more knowledgeable you are, the more likely it is that you're actually right. But you're still never going to be absolutely right, no matter how knowledgeable you're going to be, because you're not reading their minds and you're not in their comms as they're playing, because they might have a completely different reason why they do something, and you just don't know, right? So you're just always kind of speculating when you're casting, and you just kind of assume things you don't know for a fact, right?
And being a caster at high elo, and sort of neutralizes the ostensible value that being a high elo caster brings. An active or ex-pro will always be able to provide some kind of insight that will be beneficial to all parts of the demographic. But usually these insights are more about mentality, communication, how decisions are made, things to do with the player experience. They typically won't get the opportunity to explain the game at a level higher than any kind of qualified analyst or color caster could. That all said, the presence of a pro doesn't negate the need for all of those other dynamics that I spoke about earlier, because entertainment is still the #1 factor. However, there is, in my opinion, an exception. This is low-tier events. Lower-tier events typically have a more skewed demographic, as the people who actually care about them are more likely to be people who are really deeply invested, have higher hours in the game, have a higher game knowledge, and therefore probably higher elo.
Yeah,
so,
I think that's also a good point that she's talking about, and I want to specifically talk about AWC in that moment, because I think AWC, people that are not playing WoW are not going to watch AWC, and people that play WoW and are not into PvP are also not going to watch AWC, right? So I think AWC is such a niche kind of broadcast that they can be very, like, analytical and in-depth with their commentating, because a large portion of the players that are watching AWC are probably gonna be pretty knowledgeable already, right? There's rarely gonna be completely new players that are watching AWC, I think. And I think it's also somewhat similar with MDI as well. While the Race to World First is different. The Race to World First is something where a large portion of the viewer base is gonna be more casual, right? But when it comes to AWC and MDI, a large portion of the player base is going to be very knowledgeable.
So on a broadcast for a lower tier event, the audience that you're kind of working with are generally ones who will appreciate that higher technicality in there and more analysis. There's less of a priority on making it into a general entertainment product, and therefore you will see more emphasis on those very technical aspects. Now, we've looked at the first argument about what makes a good broadcast. Let's move on to the second about whether you need to do something at a high level in order to have a high level theoretical understanding of it. The two false ideas that I'm going to break down here are as follows. Number one,
what do you do, lovely?
There is a false idea that doing something at a high level is a necessary prerequisite to having good theoretical understanding of it. Number two, there is a false idea that being high elo automatically means understanding pro-level play. So let's look at the first.
That's what I talked about earlier. I'm going to be right back in a second.
Critical, because the kinds of people who usually say this are the sorts of people who would be these insane armchair analysts for a football game despite having never scored a touchdown in their lives. The first argument I like to use here is a personal one. I have a degree in theoretical physics. I've never seen a Hadron Collider, but I am qualified to tell you how they work. Now, I could go and do an internship at a Hadron Collider, and I would be able to come away and tell you what it was like to be there, what it was like to work with other physicists, what it was like to see that science in action. But my ability to explain to you the physics happening in that Hadron Collider has not changed at all. I am equally as knowledgeable as I was then. Now, the scattering patterns of hadrons are the same whether or not I have been in the room to see them pop up on the screen, and if you were to show me them, I would be able to recognize them and tell you about them whether or not I had been to that Hadron Collider in person. And this is the same for basically anything. I could be a fine art expert despite never having picked up a paintbrush. I might not be able to recreate the art, but I could sure as hell analyze it, recognize it, and tell you about it, maybe even to a level that's greater than someone who simply knows how to do the drawing, but doesn't really know why and what the analysis of these techniques are. I could become a food critic despite being a terrible cook, and my inability to recreate those meals does not negate the fact that I can tell you why they're good or bad and what sort of techniques went into them. In fact, if you want to get really deep about it, you could pose this as a P versus NP problem in computer science. The argument being that a computer can almost definitely verify a correct answer way faster than it can ever reach that correct answer itself. I can watch a Valorant game and assess the utility coordination used by that team, and then open up Valorant on my own PC and fail to coordinate just even one piece of utility correctly. In fact, for some people, if their main skill set is based in being analytical and not dexterous, it would make a lot of sense as to why they make really good analysts and really bad players. You could take an extreme example where someone suddenly loses all of their limbs and none of their knowledge. Are they now underqualified because they can no longer play and place at Radiant? If your answer is no, then why is it no? Is it because they still retained the same amount of knowledge and therefore they're still qualified? Because if that's true, then that is true for all analysts, regardless if they have working limbs or not. And you've essentially proven via contradiction the point that you don't need to be high rank in order to have valid knowledge of the game. I think the biggest insight that we can get from people who do have experience playing at a high level in the game is things that are external to the gameplay itself. So things like maintaining composure, communication, training regimen, diet, exercise, online versus LAN performance. But the actual understanding of the way the game works is academic. You can theoretically study it. And when people are getting
I just quickly want to pause it here because she just said the exact same thing that I said earlier, except much better. She explained it so well, and I was like, oh, yeah. Yeah, I could have totally said it the same way.
In their degrees in history or politics, no one sits there demanding that you have experience as a World War I veteran or having been in the Oval Office in order to receive your degree. You may speak to war veterans or ex-politicians to receive unique insights, but none of that is going to change the fact that you know what happened in a sequence of events at some point in the past. This is why I generally find this to be a very misplaced argument, because I think a lot of people don't consider the fact that there are so many examples in life that do directly contradict this line of thinking. I think usually it's used against broadcast talent that people have decided they don't like for another reason, but can't necessarily place what that is. Sometimes it can be a one-off, like they made a really wrong call in a cast, which can just happen in the heat of the moment. It's difficult. Or it's because the talent hasn't necessarily proven themselves.
Can I critique a book if I don't know how to read? I mean, of course you can, right? If you listen to the book, if someone reads the book to you, you'll be able to critique the book, even if you don't know how to read. You need to have the ability to acquire the knowledge. That's the main importance, right? If you can acquire the knowledge, then you'll be able to talk about it and analyze it. You don't need to be able to do the thing specifically. Of course, if you cannot read the book and no one can read it to you, then you cannot critique the book, because then you're lacking the knowledge, obviously, right? But that's not what the argument is about. We're not saying that a person that has never played League of Legends in their lives and knows nothing about League of Legends, of course that person would be a really bad caster, because they don't know anything. The argument is that you can acquire the knowledge without having the practical experience. You can have a theoretical experience and still be able to commentate just fine. That's the argument.
To the community, which this is a pretty big thing that talent should do, is show that you have an organic interest and not make the community feel exploited. That's something that you might see sometimes when a new talent joins a broadcast in an established or even niche esport. But for the most part, the argument about not being high elo just doesn't hold up. So finally, let's look at the false idea that being high elo makes you understand professional play better. Now, ironically, this is one of the few things that you should know from playing at high elo. I've only ever played high elo in one game, but I've heard enough accounts from people who played high elo in other games to know that it's basically true universally. Games play very differently in ranked to how they play
I
in
love
a
her. I
professional
also said that
environment.
earlier.
This is why we get things like FPL or Champions Queue or even just custom lobby Discord servers. People want to play with people who are going to coordinate with them, communicate with them, leave their ego at the door. These are things that you don't often have in ranked. The problem with ladder play is that games reward personal achievement, not team achievement. And that makes sense. Teams aren't staying together after their one game that they were match made into, and the game is designed to keep you chasing that dopamine rush. This is why you see things like people clamoring for entry roles, or not wanting to play support, or being impatient with their kills, stat padding, all sorts of things like this. In ranked, it's really common to see people just play for their KD, and oftentimes not play the theoretically correct way to approach a round, because the priority in their ranked game is not the same as it would be in a professional game. For example, in Rainbow Six Siege, it's really common to find players who just don't understand site setups. They'll either reinforce the wrong walls, or they'll cover up rotates, or they just won't know whether they should be anchoring or roaming. In this case, it's pretty clear to see why a diamond player in Rainbow Six who doesn't know where the correct site rotates are is not more qualified to cast a professional game of Rainbow Six than a gold caster who knows not only where those rotates should be, but why. It's also worth remembering that for a lot of people, it's possible to solo climb through mechanics alone, and being able to go ham on a gun, while that's great for your rank, is not going to equip you with any kind of understanding that you need to analyze a professional game. In pro play, there's a lot of sacrifice of personal statistics or achievement in the name of the greater goal. It's not uncommon to see teams rallying around one or two players, funneling in resources, time, for that player to then do whatever their planned job is, whether that's to pop off on entry, whatever it may be, that is the plan. As a respawn game, in Overwatch, it wasn't uncommon to have situations where you would do genuinely suicidal plays, because if somebody died, it was more worth the team's time to just die, respawn at the same time as them, come back with more ult points, and be better equipped for the upcoming team fight, rather than try and salvage the team fight that you were just in. But that's not how it really works in ranked, because not only is communication difficult with a bunch of randos, but also imagine trying to tell your teammate that they should die because they need to help everybody else out. Pro play is a very different thing to high elo play, and the ability of a caster to recreate high elo play is not really that relevant in understanding what the professionals are doing in their professional games. Monty was pretty famous in League of Legends for not being a particularly high elo player, despite being one of the most respected analysts in the game. And in a tweet earlier this year, he said, "There isn't a point to developing game mechanics since they are irrelevant in my job. Time is always better spent grinding pro film or talking to pros/coaches. Playing the game is what people do to avoid the real work of watching tape." I think this is a pretty pertinent perspective from a Hall of Famer as to where the priorities should be for a broadcaster. Ultimately, saying you can play in Grandmaster is just a big distraction from actually showing that you can do your job. Unless your job is to reach high elo, it simply doesn't matter. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video and found it insightful. This is a topic
Found it
that
very insightful, yeah. And I agree. I also agree with what you were saying, that the people that need to hear this would never watch this. You have a good point. I think people that don't understand her point of view probably wouldn't be watching this video in the first place, or they would refuse to understand it even if they watch it, right? Sometimes there can be like if a person has a certain opinion and you literally like having like a super clear and perfectly laid out argument that is disproving your opinion, you might still not be willing to listen and understand it, right? That's generally a thing with humans because we're stubborn. And no matter how many facts and arguments there are against your opinion, you might still not be willing to change it. Okay, I actually should... So, very fitting subject to what we were just talking about as well, is the roundtable that's going to come up. In an hour, well, less than an hour, like in 45 minutes, there's going to be a roundtable that I'm participating in, where we're talking about women in high-end World of Warcraft, with me, Aya, Kali, and Cruella. And I think it's going to be very interesting if you guys want to check it out. Chris linked it in chat. Is it wrong to wish broadcasts were tailored towards the semi-hardcore, even with the knowledge that they are not? I mean, no, obviously not. It's never wrong to want something, as long as you understand why it cannot be that way. Like, that happens all of the time. Like, there's so many things. Like, if I could cater World of Warcraft around my own interests and my own interests only, then the game would be incredibly different, right? If I had the power to specifically cater the game around me and my needs without any consideration of anything else, then the game would be so different, right? But I'm not gonna sit here and complain and shit talk because the game isn't that way, if I understand why it's not, right? Like, if I understand there is a certain thing in the game because most of the player base wants it this way, then I'm not gonna be like, well, fuck everyone. I want it to be like this, you know? Like, but it's not wrong to want that. It's not wrong at all. It just means that you have a different interest compared to most of the others, which, you know, happens. Hey, Gendrath, what's up? But how do you know the player base wants it this way? I mean, we would have to talk about a specific subject now. I'm just generally speaking right now. We were specifically talking about the like esports broadcasts right now, and I think it's pretty obvious that the general player base that watches esports is not knowledgeable enough to be able to handle high-end commentary properly. And also the fact that people that are knowledgeable enough to understand the commentary, if it's like super high-end, they already know enough themselves to be able to analyze it themselves. Like that was the main reason, or the main point that we were talking about right now. I just drew the analogy to World of Warcraft for the same reason, but that, like, I don't have a concrete example for it, right? Calandra. And WoW is one of the worst states it has ever been, arguably. See, this is also something that I don't necessarily agree with. I don't think WoW is in a super bad state right now. I think WoW is in actually pretty good state right now. Honestly. Like, WoW in general is in a pretty good state right now. Wrath the Lich King is pretty hype. A lot of people are playing it. People are super hyped about Dragonflight. Lots of people are going to be playing it. So I don't think WoW is in a bad state right now at all. In fact, it's probably the opposite. I recognize why analysts say things for hype or tailor their commentary for people with very little game knowledge, but there are very few avenues for high-level discussion. It's why it's so refreshing when you get a competitor from TGP or the MDI on and they can talk about their mindset. Okay, are we specifically talking about MDI and TGP right now? Because I personally don't think that the commentary for MDI and TGP is necessarily focused on really new players. I don't think that's true. I think the commentating for TGP and MDI is tailored mostly towards pretty knowledgeable players already. As you said, semi-hardcore. The amount of commentary that is tailored towards really new players in the MDI and TGP is pretty limited, I would argue. Almost all of the casters that are commentating MDI and TGP have a lot of knowledge about both of those formats, and also bring in a lot of in-depth analysis, I think. So I think those two specific examples are the wrong examples. Because, like, what kind of in-depth knowledge would you want for MDI and TGP that we're not already giving? Yeah, I think Race to World First is a lot better example for this specific argument. Because it's true that the Race to World First broadcast is mainly talking about things in a pretty broad way, and is mainly catered towards newer players. TGP and MDI is definitely a lot more in-depth when it comes to that stuff. But I agree Race to World First is definitely a good example. the problem with the race will first is that you're actually like, I don't think you even have the possibility to provide a super in-depth analysis for race will first. I wouldn't know how, because the only people that have the knowledge to be able to commentate in a super in-depth way are the people that are currently competing in the race to first. And those players are unavailable for commentary because they're playing. So if there's ever players that are like sitting on the bench or whatever that are coming in as casters for a little while, then that's like the only way you could bring in that commentary. Because no matter how much experience you have in Race to Will First, if you're not currently in the Race to Will First in this current tier, then you cannot bring that in-depth analysis. Like, it's just not possible. Like, you could literally say, for example, let's say Gingy would not compete in the next raid. And let's say Gingy would cast for Echo for the next raid. Gingy would not be able to give you as much of an in-depth like commentary by only watching what is happening, even though he has one of the best like I think Gingy is one of the people that has participated in the Race to Will First the longest out of most players, right? But even he wouldn't be able to give you that same commentary that you're kind of asking for if he is not currently participating. Because of course the Race to Will First is always about the current bosses that you're fighting. And if you're not currently progressing a boss, then you will not have that knowledge, no matter how much you competed before. Because it's PvE, right? PvP is different. Because in PvP, you play against players. But PvE is like you're literally playing against an NPC that was created by Blizzard. And if you're not currently progressing that boss yourself, there's just absolutely no way for you to have the knowledge about it, right? It literally is impossible. A concrete example is listening to ex-caster talk about the peaks of survival and Destro AoE damage instead of what is happening in the pool. I want to hear about how the pool comes together, not Rain of Fire Ghost Bro. You want to hear how the pool comes together. Well, the way the pool comes together sometimes isn't as, like, analytical as you might think. Sometimes it is, sometimes the way to do a pool is very, very, like, complex. But then other times it's also just like the tank walked up, pulled this mob and this mob and this mob. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes the things aren't as in-depth that you could really talk about it in a very knowledgeable way that would be interesting. Like, sometimes you literally just, it's like, okay, the tank ran in and aggroed these mobs. You know, like, what are you supposed to say? And if a pull has been gathered up in a very, like, if there was a pull that has happened in a very, like, complex way, then, again, the same argument happens from what I talked about before. No matter how knowledgeable the casters are, you will never exactly know what the team did, because the only people that know how the pull happened is the actual team, right? Like, there's only so much you can see, right? Like, let's assume a team is doing a pull here in Grimrail, right? And it's like, a hunter sees this mob, and then the rogue tricks this pack to the tank, and then the priest mind soothes this guy, and the tank specifically taunts this mob, and this mob is being interrupted by the hunter, and this mob is being interrupted by the warlock, and this mob is being taunted by the pet to make sure it gathers up. You know what I mean? Like, if that was the pool, it obviously all happens at the same time. And then how would anyone be able to know what has happened without previously having the knowledge? Like, if the team comes up to me, if Echo comes up to me and says, hey, Naguura, on the first pull in Grimrail, we're doing this and this and this and this and this and this and this, then I will be able to talk about it. But no matter how knowledgeable we are as a player, if you cannot see what has happened, then how would you be able to talk about it, is what I'm saying, right? And the problem is, whenever it comes to PvE, teams do not want to give out knowledge to the casters because they want to keep everything they do a secret, right? So there's just a lack of, it's just a lack of knowledge, right? That cannot realistically be acquired by the casters. It's not that, like, even if now would be a caster, he would not be able to perfectly analyze a pool to you by some other team because he doesn't know what they do exactly, right? How would he be able to do that? Like, no matter who you put on a desk, things like this are too difficult for you to see. Like, you just don't see it, right? If you see it, you can talk about it. If things happen off screen, if 10 things happen at the same time simultaneously, a person just cannot, like, there's just no possibility for you to be able to perfectly know what is happening. It's just, I don't see how that would be possible. Unless the team tells you, right? Of course, if the team talks to the casters and says, hey, we're doing exactly this and this and this and this, right? Then we will be able to talk about it. But otherwise, we're not. And even if the teams tell us exactly what they do, it would also not be possible to talk about these things all the time because it takes much longer for you to explain a pool than what they need to execute it, right? Like, if I sit here, I'm just gonna give you an example, okay? Like, if they do like a super complex pool here at the start of Grimrail, if I would be explaining that pool to you, to the audience, in a very, very in-depth way, then when I am done explaining, they would already be at the Iron Stars. You know what I mean? Because it takes you much longer to explain things than it takes the players to execute it. Because there's 5 players that do different things simultaneously, but I cannot explain things simultaneously because that's not how language works. So I have to explain everything one by one by one by one, even though it has already happened in the past. And then when I'm done explaining, I might have missed something that happened at the boss because I'm still talking about the first pool and they're already fighting the boss, you know? Like, you just you have very limited time to talk about things. So sometimes being super analytical doesn't even work because of the time restraints that you have, right? I'm not saying that it's a bad thing though. I would love to have these kind of in-depth analysis sometimes for TGP and for MDI. Like, I would love to have people give us information like this, where they like really, really explain something that is super like in-depth. I would love to talk about that once in a while on a broadcast. I think that would be very interesting. But I'm basically just saying that you can't do it all the time, right? Like, once or twice a dungeon, you could talk about something that is more specific, but then otherwise you would just not be able to speak about what's actually going on because you're always behind with your commentary. yeah, you can do it in post-game analysis, right? In post-game analysis, you would be able to talk about pools in a more in-depth way. But even post-game analysis has a limited amount of time, right? You could explain like one pool or something if it's that analytical. You wouldn't be able to explain like the whole route or the whole like everything, right? And even for post-game analysis, if you want it to be perfectly accurate and perfectly like in depth, then the caster either needs to have the knowledge beforehand, or the caster needs to spend like 10 minutes going back and forth from one pool. Which is also a little bit of a problem, right? Because you can analyze a pool or something perfectly. You can do that. Like, you can literally look at the broadcast, and you put it in slow motion, and then you look at what they're doing one by one. It's like, okay, what is the hunter doing at this point? What is the rogue doing at this point? What is the tank doing? Like, you can perfectly analyze what's going on by going back and forth, right? The only problem then as well is that if something happens during the game, at the moment while you're analyzing the pool before, you might be missing out something big, right? Like, for example, let's say Taddles is the analyst for this Grimrail run, and Taddles sees that Echo is doing like a super big pull at the start. And then Taddles like, okay, I'm gonna go and analyze exactly what they're doing, and then after the game, I'm gonna talk about it. So Taddles is sitting there while the game is going on. Taddles is sitting there and looking at this first pull over and over and over and over and analyzing it, right? Now, in the meantime, it could happen that Echo wipes on this boss because they pulled this mob into the boss and something happened, right? Then, for the broadcast, it would have been more valuable if he talks about the wipe that happened, right? Because what's the if the game is over, Echo loses because they wiped on the second boss, and then in the in the break between the next game, Taddles only talks about this first pull. Then the viewers are gonna be like, "What the fuck are you talking about the first pull? They wiped in the second boss. I want to know why they wiped in the second boss." You know. So that is also like something that is a little bit of a problem with that. Generally speaking, you just need more. Technically, you just need more time and more resources to be able to provide these kind of things that people are asking for. You need more resources, as in the players need to tell the casters more. And you also need to have more people analyzing. Like, Blizzard would have to hire people that are specifically analyzing for post-game kind of broadcast time, right? Because right now the way it works is that casters need a break as well, right? Like, right now the way casting works is that maybe you cast this game and the next game, and then for the third game you're analyzing, and for the fourth game you have a break. So you can eat something or whatever, right? And usually there's only one analyst that is actively working. So that analyst is by themselves, and they don't have the ability to look at multiple things at the same time while the game is going on. And especially during the MDI, they don't have a lot of time because the whole game, the whole dungeon, is being finished within sometimes 10 minutes, right? So you have 10 minutes to like figure something out, like analyze a certain pull or whatever, and then you can talk about it afterwards. So that like, it's obviously a possibility, but it's a lot more complicated than what people think. Like, it's not that you just snip your fingers and now you perfectly analyze this pull and you can show it to the people, you know? Like, it takes some time to analyze something perfectly. Like the Weatherman segment they've done in Dota to many tournaments. Yeah, I'm not saying that, like, I'm obviously not saying that any of this is impossible. All of the things that you're suggesting are certainly possible. if you have the resources for it, and if you have like the manpower for it as well, which is not necessarily something that we have available to us considering the size of the broadcast. Like, you can't necessarily compare something like MDI to Dota 2, right? Like, there's a difference from like 150,000 viewers versus like, I don't know, maybe 10,000 viewers, okay? So of course also the time and money that is being invested in certain broadcasts is like much smaller in something like TGP or MDI. So sometimes stuff like this is not really possible. I mean, it's possible, just the resources aren't there. The size won't grow because it's quite bad in comparison to other esports. Yeah, so it's definitely related, right? An esport can't really grow if you're not investing more money into it. But I also think at the same time that WoW esports in general is a bit too niche. And I don't think Blizzard thinks that it's worth to invest too much money into it, because they probably think that it will never be super big of an esport, which I agree with. I don't think something like AWC or MDI will ever be like as big of an esport as League of Legends, right? Because yes, there's a lot of people that play World of Warcraft, but the amount of people that are interested in a competitive niche of World of Warcraft is much smaller than the whole player base, right? Like, no matter how good the broadcast would be for AWC, like, even if they put, like, millions of dollars into the AWC, and no matter how good the casters are and how good the broadcast is, it will never be as interesting to people as League of Legends, right? Because it's just a niche in a certain game, right? Like, I don't know how many players are interested in AWC, but it's probably a very small percentage out of the whole player base. And the same goes for MDI, right? The amount of people that are interested in MDI is also pretty small of the player base, right? So I think that Blizzard is just not willing to put that much money into it because they think it's not worth the investment, because it probably will just never grow super big, right? Anyway, I actually gotta go because we're doing the roundtable and I'm already late. Oh my god, I'm gonna leave you guys for today. Make sure you watch the roundtable later. Is their channel online already? Can I host them? Is the Liquid channel on? Online? I don't think so. Okay, I can't host them then. I'm coming, I'm coming. The channel is not online yet, right? I can't host. Yeah, I'm on my way. I wanted to wait a bit longer, so I was thinking I could host the channel, but it's still not online, right? Okay, well, then we're not hosting anyone. You just go watch it afterwards. Just go to their channel, guys. I'm not hosting them. Just go there anyway, okay? All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. And remember to watch the broadcast. Thanks for gifting us up to... Ah, yes, I will appreciate that. Wait, stop. Okay, I'm waiting. Okay, I'm waiting. Are we going online? Did we a countdown? Okay. Okay, wait. Then I can host. Perfect. Okay, hold on for a second, guys. It's on Team Liquid channel, right? Or is it a different channel? Team Liquid? Okay, perfect. Okay, in the meantime, I'm gonna post the channel in chat. This is where it's gonna be. But don't worry, just wait a second. We're gonna host you over there. So you don't have to press the link, because we all know people are lazy. And pressing links is difficult. So we're gonna send you there automatically in just a second. Yeah. Well, in the meantime, I'm going to turn off cam and actually join the Discord so I can talk to them. I'll just mute it for you, okay? So I'm going to say goodbye anyway. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Or later at the roundtable. Thanks for watching, guys. Goodbye. Wait here, though. Don't leave. I'm going to host you in a sec. Don't leave.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the IMC Liquid Open, where it is my pleasure to welcome you all once again. It's time for perhaps the most exciting day of the two, because this is, of course, the finals day, where the most critical of all matches are going to be played. I'm still your host and commentator, RJ Kortorms, aka at RJ Cass, and with me is still the ever so lovely Jesse. How are you doing, my man?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic, and we're going to see some nice Valorant today, as we saw yesterday, of course. We are going to be all done to about 4 teams left, so now we're going to be playing for those higher beacon points, and we're also going to be playing for that prize money. So it's very lovely to be back here on the mic, obviously with you, and let's hope we're going to have some nice games like we had yesterday. Right now, we're going to be having one best of one for the upper bracket finals. After that, the winner will go immediately towards that final spot. Then we're going to be going to that lower bracket finals, which is going to be a best of 3, deciding which team will join the final team there already. And then we're going to have the grand finals, which is also going to be a best of 3. So we're going to be having just one best of 1. And after that, we're moving immediately into best of 3s. And those are going to be even more exciting than these best of 1s already were.
Oh, most certainly. So we're diving right into things. Yes, I know, people at home, we're not even giving you time to look at our beautiful faces. So sorry. Still, though, I would like to mention one more thing. As we do see this agent select coming on through, Omen, KO, Jet versus Faye there. I'm actually not seeing a chamber pick on the Vamenos side. That's wild. We almost never see chamber being missed. So this is quite the diverse agent selection. The only equals that we're really seeing is Omen and KO. And that's it. For the rest, it's all different. So that is bound to prove something. But before we move on, speaking of proving yourself, I want to give a great shout out, a big thank you to IMC Trading for actually helping present this tournament. They're the ones that help this tournament be as great as it can be. So, if you're still looking for a career, an internship, if you are a young graduate, well, definitely head over to careers.imc.com, because they are bound to have something in store for you. And who knows, with their esports partnerships, specifically with Team Liquid, you might be able to meet some of your most favorite Team Liquid heroes. Still, let's dive right into this. It's the first pistol round of the day, and it's going to be a critical one, I think.
Yeah, very much. I mean, this is all looking pretty solid. The agent picks coming out from Vamenos are the ones you do in fact want to believe. If you're not going to go for a chamber, this is the setup you go for most of the time on this Ascent map. But yeah, Olifins have moved a setup around that chamber, which is obviously a little bit of the matter right now. We saw yesterday one game of Ascent without that chamber coming in, but the rest were all with chamber in them, so Olifins have just gotten themselves a little bit of a setup to also put in those chamber into the meta. But let's see how this round is going to be looking, as Vamenos have quickly been able to take over the A site. There's going to be players going for the rotate, but they're going to arrive too late to stop the spike run from happening.
Still a relatively quick pass of action and a direct push. Limper that holds off and finds himself a double replan. Boobit, the only Finns, let nothing come through. Nilla being the only one able to retort right here. But that spike defuse is not going to be stopped, even though there's an excellent double kill. Limper settles for a triple in the end. First round goes to the only Finns that have definitely proven themselves yesterday as well. A very, very impressive result that they pulled off against the Barbers. I believe that was something along the lines of 13-4,
6.
5?
I think it was 6, but yeah, it was a very impressive win. Barbers having the talent to really make that happen. I gotta note that they weren't really that great on Pearl, even though they still played it. So in these best of 3s, we're probably gonna see a Pearl ban immediately coming out from the Barbers, moving on to the following. But yeah, still a convincing win for Olifins, and they're the number 1s of Finland playing versus Vamenos, which is the number 1 of Denmark of the qualifiers. So we're definitely gonna see an insane matchup like we are seeing already. That first round being a very injuries onto the side. The second one is looking exactly the same. Olifins have been able to take on the spike. The ghost is gonna come out, and Boobet will take himself a kill with it. Stinger is gonna find 1 kill as a result, but he will just be hiding inside of Hell. Nille shouldn't have much of a chance for him to make anything work. It's pretty silent actually after that heavy battle that we saw on Toulon.
And now we have an exact same situation as we saw before. Nil is the only one left, but this time not even a spike that's being planted, a double crossfire that's being held off, and a perfect repeat from Vubi, granting him the 4K, by the way. We're getting these lovely, lovely accolades built right up from the get-go. I think that's saying enough about the quality of the teams that we're seeing here today. I'm excited still. Economically, there should finally be a chance for the Vamenos boys to come right on back. Denmark's #1, taking on one of the other Nordic countries, like you said, #1. Not Scandinavian ones, by the way, people. If you've ever made that mistake, Finland is not part of Scandinavian. Here to give you guys that little heads up for the people that don't know, because people do make that mistake relatively often, actually, from what I've heard.
I used to make the mistake a little bit myself as well, so it's good reminding me of that for a second. I play with a lot of Finnish guys, so I have never said that to him, and I think I would have been liked if I said it. Luckily, that's for me. Now I know. Great job. Vamenos,
happy to help.
The entry. No defense. They are obviously gonna try to move their way into this round, even though it is a bonus buy coming out from them. So realistically speaking, they shouldn't have the upper hand moving into this. Of course, that chamber slow trap is going to be pulled out. And Jet smoking it off here, I think, making sure that it won't be hit, or the chamber is already dead. That's the reason why it's not working out. My apologies for that. And it looks like senior players moving into the B side here with the Vamenos side. The bolt will be destroyed. Push is going to be following pretty soon. Former and himself the first kill. Flash comes in for Vubi to try and push out. Will he get anyone? Nope. With the Spectre, actually not that great on range, and he's going to be falling down. The final player is MWC. As a frenzy, could find one headshot. Oh, he gets it, but will be almost not getting the kill in the end. Almost Mila was able to take him out, but it isn't going to be happening. Vamenos with the first round under their belt.
And exactly when they need to fight back, when they need to bounce back, they do it. This is a great start for them, plus adding on the fact that this was a 4 out of 5 people left alive means that it's essential and excellent for their economy. Vandals and the Phantom, it's all still in tow over there. Even the lockdown from Killjoy also ready to come into play. That's due to the fact that Nilla has been putting in some serious frag work, but hasn't always been getting these successful rounds. This time around, though, maybe it'll be a bit different, and maybe he can be that critical factor for Vamenos again, although right now, Vamenos is off to a bit of a bad start, with Limper kicking things off quite fiercely, thanks to that operator.
Great entry found. Double cannot be taken just about now. Christian is able to take himself a trade, and so it's a 4v4. Players are scattered around to move towards the A side. You see Killjoy already rotating to make his way over towards it. Vamenos is probably gonna enter pretty soon, but here's Limper on the angle.
Right here.
Scary times. But it's a patient game. It's still a whole minute that's left.
Hey, welcome to the gang. everyone, and welcome to the Liquid Women in Warcraft Roundtable. Thank you, everyone, for being patient while we worked through these issues. Huge shout out to production, shout out to Naguura as well for keeping her channel live so that we could actually just pivot real quick and do it live here. And I think we need some hearts in the chat for Zach for getting that all figured out.
Thank you,
that
Zach.
that was fun. That sounded stressful. Was this just? Are you guys good? Are we like? Can we breathe? Are we feeling okay now?
And before we're all muted and no one can actually hear us.
Oh no, now I can't hear anything. Hello?
Oh no.
Hello.
Hello.
There we go. Now I can hear
Oh,
you.
there
Oh my god.
we go.
I was like, no, it's breaking again. All right. Well, anyways, hello everyone. Welcome to the first roundtable that we're going to be doing here with Liquid Women in Warcraft. My name is Aya. I'm here with Naguura, Cruella, and Callie. Hello. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello. So I just want to start off. Obviously, people already should know who you ladies are, but just a real quick, we'll do like a little introduction for everyone. Just how you started playing WoW, your experience, what you're up to currently, just anything you kind of want to cover to introduce yourself. Callie, why don't we start with you?
Well, my name is Callie, obviously. I raid with Method at the moment. I used to raid with Pieces when I saw it first. I'm a streamer. I stream full time, and I usually just stream WoW and all that fun stuff. I play healer in WoW. I've played multiple specs in the race first on healer, and yeah, that's me.
Cool. And I know also, hopefully we've got them ready to go. We've got some clips for you. Before we roll them, do you want to just do you want to give like a precursor as what they are? Should we just play them?
I think just play them.
All right, let's just
send it.
roll them real quick. Send it.
You have to play around that more, so you have to re-optimize. These things take pulls. Knowing when to bloodlust, knowing how phases are going to look. By having these visually, because other guilds have done them, then you're going to ultimately do fewer pulls. That was a lovely soul shape by Callie. Man, Callie is just slamming it. Every time I've just been looking, and it's like, oh, who what was that gamer pull? Seems to be Callie. She's killing it.
Callie's doing great. Crystal on the floor, though. And...
It started out so good and then became toxic.
That's like the definition of caster curse right there, I think.
Yeah.
It wasn't your fault. It wasn't your fault.
No,
don't worry.
I was trying my best. I remember that clip. I was like so scared because I thought I was safe, and then I realized that there was like 2 beams coming towards me, and I was like, oh my gosh, like I need to do something. And I blinked, and I was so lucky that I didn't blink onto somebody. But I remember that I was like, oh, that was such a nice thing for Side to say. It was like really good.
It wasn't lucky. You perfectly knew that you're going to be safe there. You all did that in like a slither of a moment. You analyzed the whole thing around you and did it.
No, it was great. It was great. I think also we have a second one, confirm or deny. I'm not sure. All right, let's check out the second one.
Heal the tanks. Heal the tanks. Immune
Yes,
people
I'm
are
not.
yeah. Keep pressing and keep knocking. Look at your
The
bomb.
game of breathing is real here.
I can hear. You were kidding about the game of breathing.
No, I was like panicking so hard.
Cloaks to knock with as well if you're not doing things. Keep healing guys.
I'm dropping heals. It's really loud. I would
Drop
be
your
like,
ropes.
use defensives.
Coming melee now.
Oh no. That was a horrendous skill. That's actually like so exciting because it was such a hard boss.
Yeah,
I love that.
I love that. What microphone did you have, or were you just that emotional?
It was
in
the
that
exact
moment?
same one. I think it's because I was like sitting up. I was like sitting really, really close to my mic,
Right.
and I was like really like breathing really hard because I think I was like panicking. So I was like super close to my screen. I think that's why. But every time I see that clip, I'm like, yeah, you need to be careful because I'm like screaming in it. You got like the heavy breathing. Like it's a true gaming clip there.
I love it. We've all been there. It's all right. All right. Well, thank you for that introduction, Cruella. Do you want to go next?
Yeah, so I'm Cruella DK. I'm also playing in Method like Kali, but as a melee player. Before that, I was on some French guilds and I decided to go to English guilds. So that's why my English is not the best, but I'm still learning. And I'm also streaming every day for 2 years now. So yeah, that's it. And I used to play DK, but DK is not super good, so now I play something else. That's it.
Yeah, relatable. Sorry, I play DK too. Also, don't your English is great. Our French is sucks. So don't apologize for that.
Sure.
But we do have some clips for Cruella as well.
This is really bad. I'm pulled this one. I just won't be able to heal.
Okay.
Everyone off field, please.
Rage can watch yourselves, you need to pop here.
Passion.
We have nothing.
Well,
Extra covering, Canis section.
Well, one man.
Betty podded.
You can come back this way.
Moiten needs.
It's fine, I'll take. Wait, then.
You're okay.
Keep focusing on the left side.
Hit.
Tanner, replace Kaina. Now you need to soak.
Range, stop coming around.
Keep
chill, relax and focus.
Can we spell word and then spell?
I'm in pod.
Brian's in front. Brian's in front. I'm
dead.
I'm
That's not the end. I forgot the end. Oh my god.
It's such a tragedy that was not like the actual kill, because yeah, you deserved that kill. You really did.
The moves.
Oh. That was close, yeah. But I was lucky that the casters were watching my POV during that moment.
No.
So. Yeah.
That one was such a nervous as a commentator watching that boss, I think was the scariest because you guys get so close to just anything that was on the ground. I hated it. It made me really nervous. So obviously, eventually you got it down. So let's take a look at another clip from Cruella.
Everything. Ice block and just keep
Don't
it.
block.
Oh my god, I was so happy.
I love the heart rate as well.
Yeah.
The what?
The heart rate. She's got a heart rate.
Oh
at the top
yeah,
of the
that's
cam.
cute. Wait, how do you do that?
It's with a waist that you put on your chest. So I had the
That
waist
is
on my
so
chest.
cool.
Yeah.
I've seen that number, but I didn't know what it was. That's really awesome. Oh my god, like 106. That's how much I get when I'm sprinting. Wow.
Yeah, I was super stressed.
We needed that for Callie's gamer breathing.
Yes, I swear it would have been so high.
Awesome. All right. Well, last but obviously not least, Naguura.
Yeah, hey, I'm Naguura. I am a content creator and a former Race to World First participant. I actually used to raid in Method a long time ago. Back then it wasn't like a big broadcast or anything, it was all secret, but I did end up getting a lot of World First back then when I was raiding with them. I played Moonkin and Rasta Druid mainly. And nowadays I'm also a Warlock player because I joined the dark side. And yeah, I'm a main streamer, so I'm main income. I'm also casting the MDI, the TGP, and Race to World First. And I'm also part of Team Liquid as a content creator. So yeah.
Pretty well-rounded. Yes. All right, cool. Let's roll the clips as well for Naguura.
Oh, I don't have Starfall. Oh my.
It's fine. Or should be.
Alright, stop on the demo, go on the bus.
Confidence.
Maximize damage here.
Why is it so dramatic?
They spread out.
So well first.
This one should go out with a bang!
It's edited. Okay.
Holy shit, Roger.
Well, I wanted to click it, but look at the bump. I don't know if I trigger it if I click the fucking gateway.
Smash. Go up.
Always a
I
surprise.
don't think we should be watching the whole video.
They spread out, guys, come on.
Yeah, so that was just a clip of the Black Hand Will First skill, where I ended up playing Moonkin. And I thought Moonkin was really fun on that boss because he ended up jumping in these balconies. And yeah, it was nothing special. It just ended up being a safe because the other Moonkin that jumped with me didn't have Starfall available. And that's like the only reason why you sent the Moonkins there. And I'm just like, it's fine. Or should be. So I ended up doing it anyway.
Nice. All right, let's take a look at the second clip.
I'm stopping.
It's okay.
Nah, it's not. Okay.
Do you want to catch up with Vicky now?
No,
I didn't.
please, just chill.
No, it's fine now. You can push now.
Okay, soak now though, soak, please. You can easily soak and make it back in. Or outrange.
Why not?
Why did you take so much damage? I took 125k.
Stun. Move to platforms.
Yeah, go.
There's a second
Go ahead, sir.
Still an ad spawning.
Yeah, getting it.
Coach positions, spread out, fast. And gather, he's on the edge.
I think we're good.
Chain lightning, yeah. Single targeted.
Yeah, so again, nothing special. It was part of the world first video of our Lei Shen kill. It's obviously a long time ago. But Lei Shen was one of the coolest bosses, in my opinion, that I personally got world first on. So I really, really loved that boss fight. It was just a lot of fun.
Yeah, I wish I could have been a part of the PvE scene back then in that expansion. I feel like was really legendary. People always seem to talk about it with a lot of fondness. Well, okay, cool. That was the clips. Thank you guys for being here. My name is Aya. If you guys don't know who I am, I don't belong on this table with you guys. You guys are all obviously amazing players. You know, just at the cutting edge and really representing women out there in world first rating, which is obviously awesome. So we have got quite a few questions that we're going to be getting through, and the first one here is for, I guess, kind of all of us. For Naguura, we'll start off. Does your experience differ from back when you were, back in your clips back then when you were world first rating with Method? Does it differ from your experience that Corella and Callie have now?
Yeah, okay, well, I'm gonna talk about my experience first because I don't know their experience, right? So I'm just gonna say what happened to me, and then we'll just see
compare.
if it's different.
Yeah.
So when I started out rating in like in the high-end scene, I didn't like immediately join Methods. I ended up being in like German guilds that were like top 500 or whatever, and then I like got into better and better guilds over the course of like a couple of years. And then I ended up joining Methods after For the Horde, like the best German guild, disbanded. And in my experience, being a woman in that scene was like the worst it has been was in like semi-hardcore guilds that are like top 50, top 100. You always had to like prove yourself like more, it felt like, than any other like male player, because and then afterwards, whenever you did prove yourself, I remember people would constantly message me stuff like, oh my god, I'm so surprised that you're good, like I thought you were bad. And they say it as a compliment when you obviously
It's
know
just a put down.
like, it's not a compliment. Like it
backhanded.
You know for a fact that they were specifically looking at you more than others when they say that, right? Like you had to prove yourself more than someone else. When I ended up being in the really high end scene, like in a world first scene, I didn't experience as much like that anymore, because I felt like whenever I was in a world first guild, that the players there 100% focused on like winning the race. They weren't as concerned about who the players are, like what gender they are necessarily. They just really wanted to win, and they did everything to get that goal. And they weren't as concerned about me being a woman, really. I mainly experienced the issues as I was going up the ladder when I was in guilds where people are, as I said, semi-hardcore, and there's more competitive, a more competitive environment within the guild to get who gets the raid spot. Like I'm better than this person, so I should be raiding. And me as a woman, I felt like I always had a harder time kind of competing with these other players because everyone just like really focused on my performance because I guess I'm different than them. And people also always blamed me when there was any sort of drama around me. Like if someone had a crush on me or whatever, then it was
your
my
fault.
and not their fault. And if they were acting weird around me and couldn't play properly or whatever, then it was also my fault. And I'm the one that creates the drama. That totally happened in like lots of guilds.
Am I the drama? I don't think I'm the drama. Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, obviously that's something that's got to be really annoying to deal with. I'm sure all of us have experienced that to some degree. But Corella and Callie, I'm interested to hear how that experience might be relatable or differ with your situations.
Honestly, from what she said, I definitely agree. Like, it's always like the climbing the ladder that's the worst rather than actually like top end guilds. Like where I am now, it's kind of just like if you play well, you're fine, right? Like they don't really care about like your gender and stuff like that. Like if you play well, great, that's perfect. But like my main problems were like during like climbing the ladder, being in like the Hall of Fame kind of guilds. I think those are like the worst. And like Naguura said, like if it was something happening, the majority of like my problems were things that were like beyond my control. Like if someone liked me, for example, if someone had a problem with me, if someone made something up, like it was never something that I actually personally did, but it always like ended up being my fault just for existing, kind of like, oh, just because someone else has this opinion or someone else is unhappy with that, it's not their problem, which it probably should have been. It's like it's your problem because you're the one that's causing the problem, which is really does not make much sense. So I definitely think that it's in the Hall of Fame category. That's where it's the worst. That's where I had like the most problems, the most issues with anything regarding that. But where I am now, like pieces and method, I've never really had problems with that, to be honest.
That's good to hear. Corella?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same as you went through. So I had really hard times to be just accepted in the guild. Some guilds were just like refusing every woman's because they are like a lot of guys and they are like, yeah, even like one day someone told me, you're not ugly. If you were ugly, we would have invited you because the guys, they are not gonna be super focused towards like towards the tier, the prog and stuff. So no, sorry, you cannot get invited to this guild. And I was like, okay. I also had
That's ridiculous. I've never heard of that one. That's crazy.
That's so
Sorry.
stupid.
That
Sorry
happened to me
hear
as
that.
well.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
about that guild, so it was basically I had like my guild is banded, and they recruited like 5 or 6 for guildmates. And I wanted to follow them, and I asked also to join, and they were like, no, sorry, and they said that, and then I try harded 2 weeks. I talked with the guild master and stuff, and he ended up saying, okay, you can join, but you're gonna bench probably because you're like the last one we want, you know. And but yeah, since I joined this guild, it was a French guild, everything was super fine, and then I showed that I could play like the others, and I did the entire prog with them. But yeah, and also what Naguura had in the past, also Kali, like so many people telling me, oh, Krala, I thought you were bad because you're a girl, but in fact, you're doing pretty well. And they think it's a compliment, but when I hear that, I'm like, yeah, okay. Like I feel like when I join a guild, I'm not like the new person, like we don't know about her performance. I'm just like, there is like bad on my forehead because I'm a girl. And
Boosted.
so many examples of this actually. But yeah, like
Wow.
I'm also in method with Kali, and everything is fine. Like people are just caring about performance and stuff, and also the time you spend playing. So you need to be efficient, to play the game, to test stuff, and yeah, that's something I didn't like. I don't feel like people are like treating me differently because of my gender for the last two years since I'm in method. Yeah.
It's good. It's good that you guys are being treated equally in your current guilds, and you know it also makes sense just given the information that you guys have said that at the higher level you don't really get treated differently. Because I feel like I've seen studies that say like the high I can't remember. Has anyone seen this study? The higher skill level you are, the less toxic players are, but when you're in that kind of middle lower range, people tend to be just flaming more. There's actual case studies that have. I can't remember what it is verbatim. Maybe somebody in chat knows what it is, but I feel like that definitely makes sense what you guys are experiencing. So I'll go on to my next question. We can start with Naguura again. Do you feel like the culture, this kind of goes off of what you guys were touching on just a little bit, but do you feel like the culture in PvE specifically has changed to be more inclusive?
I definitely think it has been better in the past like few years, I would say. It's still, of course, an issue. Like it's not that everyone is being treated equally or something, but I definitely think that there have been improvements because of social media and women generally speaking up about their issues. That has also encouraged me personally to talk about stuff more and to really think about what has happened, because during like a long time ago when I was working up the ladder in like competitive WoW, I remember there were definitely times where I've been treated incredibly unfairly, but I didn't see it that way back then. Like to me, it was like a normal thing. And I didn't realize then that this is not okay, you know, like they
It's like
shouldn't be treating
Stockholm
me this
syndrome.
way.
That's horrible.
Yeah. And then I even caught myself, like thinking back, I definitely even participated myself in having judgments about other women because I was always hanging out with these guys that had these kind of points of views where they were saying, oh my God, look at this girl playing so badly or whatever. And me trying to fit in, being like them, I would also kind of adapt to their behavior and their thought process. And it took me quite a while to like snap out of that and to understand that this is all stupid and like it shouldn't be this way. So yeah, I definitely think that this has helped that women are speaking out more, and that it's not everything is like hush hush and just, you know, just don't complain, just keep on playing. And like if you're complaining, you're just causing drama, blah blah blah. So I think it has been better, but there's still like a long way to go, I think.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Cruella, do you have any takes on that as well?
So I think it goes better and better. Like I think what I went through, if it was like into to 2022, maybe it would be different. I feel like because it improves in a way. It can still improve, of course, but yeah, I also feel like we are also streaming a lot, and now there are also semi high guilds that are streaming, and I feel like people are also talking less and are also less sexist when they know some of their guildies are streaming the voices and stuff. So I feel,
You know, they're being watched.
yeah, maybe it helps, and also all the Twitter stuff, the cancel cultures and stuff, it helps. And yeah, I hope it's gonna be better because it can still be better.
Oh yeah, yeah. We've come a long way, it seems, but we definitely have a long way to go. Callie, thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think like what they said was, I think it has definitely improved a lot compared to a couple of years ago. Like I remember sitting, it was in like BFA. I was sitting in BFA, and I literally remember sitting there thinking, I'm never going to be able to get into one of these race warfare guilds just because I'm a woman. Like I remember sitting there thinking it was so unfair, and I was like, this is just not going to happen. Like, but obviously things have changed a lot now. And there's more than one as well in race warfare guilds. So I think things have definitely improved. And I think just being a minority as well, it's all improved a lot, but I think there's a long, long way to go. The fact that this is such a big thing, that like we're in these race warfare guilds, is kind of an indicator as well that it's not normal, which it should be. I think it should be completely equal, and that's not going to happen for a while, but I really, really hope in the future that it does. And it's like great to have things like this to push towards that, but I definitely think it's improved compared to my like journey on this way. And I think if I started the journey in 2022, like Cruella said, it would have been very different to when I actually started it, if that makes sense.
No, I think so too, because I mean, you guys are kind of the first like round of women that are, you know, rating at that level. So it's going to be, you know, the experience that you guys have is going to be obviously a lot different from, you know, maybe younger women that are going to be world first rating in, you know, maybe a couple of expansions from now. So it's like unfortunate that we have to be the first, because I feel like we're going to get the brunt of like the crap, but it's also, I think, a very important role that you three are playing. So it'll be hard, but I think it'll be fun. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna do it together. We have each other, right, guys?
Love that. Yes.
We
got it.
Yes, exactly. So next question I'll go in the reverse. Callie, I'll start with you this time. What are the biggest obstacles that you feel like you've faced in your career?
Honestly, like the biggest obstacles I faced have just been like, honestly, my gender. Like that's like my biggest roadblock to getting here. I think like not being able to like get invited to things and just obstacles where it's like you felt really helpless, to be completely honest, because the majority of the things that were stopping me and like all my obstacles were things that I had no control over. Like it was things like I can't get invited to this guild because I'm a woman, or I can't like join this group, or they think I'm bad, blah blah blah. And then it also like came tied to things with like harassment and like stalking and people just being cruel for the sake of being cruel. Like there's absolutely no reason. I know half the time I didn't even know people, and they would like be a massive obstacle for me because they like released a rumor or made something up that wasn't true. Like before I joined Pieces, which is right before my race war first actually like experience, I actually left my guild because someone was harassing me and making up like all these lies and rumors and stuff, and my guild actually believed it. Even though like, and they're like, oh, we just don't want the drama, so we're gonna ask you to leave and stuff like that. And at the time, like, I stayed way longer than I should have, and I know like now if I looked back, I would have left because I wasn't being treated the way I should have been treated. But that was like one of my big obstacles, just people making things up, being like harassing like you and things like that. And it was just I didn't get into guilds as well because of that. So I think the biggest obstacles that I've had have been like outside of people trying to like tear me down and just like push me around just because of who I was. And that was something that was like really big obstacle for me, I think.
Yeah, it's ironic that these guilds don't want women in it because they create the drama when it's like they're just trying to play World of Warcraft.
Yeah,
You know what I
that
mean?
was literally it.
Yeah. Corella, what about you?
Pretty much the same as Kylie said. Like, but the worst thing was really being accepted in the guild first. Like they just was getting refused. I got accepted in a guild, and at the end they said, "Yeah, you were like it was you were and you were applying with a friend, and we needed your friend to tank, so we took both of you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have get you inside the guild." So this kind of stuff. I got also harassed, of course. Like, so what happened is I joined the guild that's called From Scratch, and my ex-boyfriend was in the guild, and he was like a guild master. So it was really, how do I say this? Like, they were like, no, we don't invite you because it's gonna cause drama because like you're in a relationship. And I was like, okay. So it was more like a malice to get accepted. And also they were like they didn't want girl in the guild. But my ex-boyfriend and some officers like Vosi, who is also in Method now, they pushed for to accept me. And they ended it to the point that Vosi is going to take all the decisions for me. So it's like completely normal. Like there's no difference of treatment. And even though some of my guildies, they got, some of them got benched for me, sorry, at some point. And one of them, like, he completely left the guild, and he did like a tweet longer to say how bad I was, and I was in this guild and in this roster only because I was like with this guy, which was wrong. He wasn't taking any decisions for me. So yeah, that was super bad. And also I got harassed, like bad messages from viewers because I was in another guild after this doing Nyalofa, and I did the entire prog, but I got benched on Zoth because DK was super bad. And the like viewer talk, they are like, oh yeah, Krella is benched. Of course, she's bad. She's a girl. They couldn't kill the boss with her, so they had to bench her.
How many other DKs got benched on Nyla or on Nazoth? That's so stupid.
Yeah. So this kind of stuff. Yeah. Went through a lot, like you.
Yeah.
All of us.
Right. Naguura?
So I think one of like the biggest obstacles I had throughout my like world first career was being accepted by others. And I know like that shouldn't be the most important thing. And I just tried to prove myself so much because I wanted to become a streamer eventually. Because I was doing Race to Will first before I was a streamer, but of course back then it was not a big broadcast. There was no like sponsors or anything, so I didn't make any money whatsoever with participating in a Race to Will first. And I was so passionate about WoW that I wanted to make a living off of it, so I ended up streaming. And the funny thing was that before I started streaming, people did not know that I was a woman, because why would you know, right? And then I saw some forum posts where people would say how good Naguura is. Naguura is so good, and look at the healing meter, and look at this, and look at that. And then I started streaming, and all of these posts ended up popping up where people were saying, "Oh my God, why is Naguura in Methods? She's so bad. Like I watched her stream, and she's just so horrible. I can't believe they have her. I'm sure she must be having something with one of the officers. Blah blah blah, stuff like that." And I had this like thing in my mind where I would I saw all of these comments, instead of thinking, oh my God, they're all wrong, they're just like sexist, right? I was thinking, oh my God, I really have to prove to those guys that I am in fact very good at the game. So that was like my life goal, was to like become the streamer that is actually really, really good at the game, and people will actually recognize that I'm good. And after a couple of years, I realized that this will never happen. Like no matter how good you are, those kind of people that I was trying to change the mind of, they will not change their mind, because they're literally like, they don't care how good you are. They'll just they think, oh, you're a
Find
woman,
a
you're
reason.
bad. So you cannot disprove it to them. And once I finally realized that, I ended up like being able to focus on myself and focus on my performance and my career and everything, and I've been doing a lot better. But yeah, these couple of years where I was trying so hard to convince these people otherwise, it was incredibly hard. Like I struggled with my mental health as well, because I felt like no matter what I do, no matter how good I am, no matter how much time and effort I put into this stuff, they just don't accept me.
It's very disorienting when other people tell you what kind of person you are, or what kind of player you are, or what kind of caster you are, and all you want to do is prove them wrong. But like you said, you really can't change those people's minds, no matter how good you are. So definitely something I can personally relate to. So Naguura, I'll start with you again for this follow-up. What kept you going through these difficulties that you faced?
I think what kept me going is literally just my competitive spirit. Like I'm just incredibly competitive when it comes to anything in life. So like I'm always trying to be the best at something. And I think the fact that my motivation or my competitive spirit was so like exceptional, I managed to just completely disregard everything else that was completely unfair towards me, and I just kept going because I wanted to achieve a certain goal that I put on for myself. Like I wanted to get world first. That was my personal goal, and that's why I kept going, and no matter what anyone else said, and no matter what happened. But yeah, it shouldn't be that hard. Like I think there's quite a lot of women and minorities that want to succeed as well, and if they just have like a slither less motivation than I have, then they're gonna stop anywhere along the way, because you need to just be so like motivated, and so like this is like your one goal, because there's just so much stuff that happens and so many things that try to like throw you off, that it's incredibly hard to like stick to the path. And I think that's the big reason why there's such few women that ended up in Race to Will first, right? Because any of these things that happened to me, I wouldn't have been surprised if I would have stopped, right? Thinking about it now. I just was like really stubborn and stuck to it. But yeah, not everyone is that way. And it should really not be that hard at all for women on the way. And women should have an easier time to get to the same position that Corella and Kali is in right now.
Yeah, the only barriers really should be your own skill, just getting better as a player and getting to that level. Corella, let's go with you next.
So as Naguura was also thanks to my competitive brain, but I also wanted to prove people that they are wrong and that I can do it. I wanted to prove them that they are wrong, and I also saw Naguura. I was like following her, and I was like, yeah, she can do it, so I can do it. And it inspired me. I can say, yeah.
Y'all making me emotional.
Oh.
All right. Callie, what about you?
I think mine's like the same as the others. Like it literally was the main thing was my motivation and my goals. Because even though there were points where it was absolutely awful, I knew that I wasn't finished personally with like myself in this space, and I hadn't achieved the things that I had wanted to achieve myself. So even though it was awful and stuff like that, like I kept pushing because I knew that like I'm not done. Like what I want to do isn't achieved yet. It doesn't matter what other people think. I'm not finished with the things that I need to do. So I mainly did it for myself, and just because motivation is like a big thing. I'm very competitive. I love being in like competitions and stuff like that. And like Cruella said, it was like Naguura was massive to me because
Aw.
I'd always like, even Cruella. I remember the first time I ever saw Cruella, she was on the stairs of Battle of Desirelor. I remember that's the first time I ever like saw Cruella stream, and I literally thought like, oh my gosh, like I really want to do that. Like I want to be like that. Like I want to stream and stuff like that. Like that's literally like the first time I remember seeing you. It was you're on the stairs of like the trash in Battle of Desirelor, and that I remember thinking like I really want to do that. Like I really want to like be in that space and like stream and raid better and things like that. So then that's how I ended up raiding in like 4 different guilds at once, because I was like so motivated to just like get better and like raid at world first. So yeah.
So it sounds like you guys got here a little bit out of spite and stubbornness.
Also, I quickly just want to say something to this. And it's the fact that a lot of people keep saying how representation doesn't really matter, but you can clearly see like all of our stories kind of involve like another person. Like we saw a woman achieving something,
Mhm.
and it motivated us to do the same, right? So you can clearly see that it really matters a lot.
Huge. Yeah, I mean, I haven't rated at your guys' level, but I have a similar story with casting. You know, I saw Naguura. Apparently, we're all just Naguura simps today, but I saw Naguura casting on MDI, and I saw Gillyweed hosting Heroes of the Storm, and I was like, oh my gosh, I want to do that. I want to, you know, see more women representation. So, you know, representation matters for the people that need it. Like the people that say representation doesn't matter are the people that are already represented. So, no, that's a very good point that you brought up. All right, so we'll kind of move on to just talking about the Race World First broadcast as a whole. What do you feel like the reception for just either playing or casting has been like in just like Race World First viewership and Twitch chat and stuff like that? Cruella, I'll start with you.
I'm not sure if I really understood the question. It's like,
what do you like? What is the audience like? What is Twitch chat like, and what are just like fans of Race World First? What is their audience? What is their reaction of seeing women compete and or cast?
So it's most of them are super happy to see women representation, and I also felt like since I joined Method, people are like less trying to push me down, like saying that I'm bad and stuff, and they are really happy about it. Of course, some of them are like, yeah, you're a girl, so you're inside the guild because you know they needed a girl just to show you on stream and stuff. But I think it's like not the majority. It's like few people. Most of them are like super happy, and yeah, that's super good.
Naguura?
So of course, when I was participating in Race to World First, there was no like streaming going on, so I can't really speak of that. And in my personal stream, because I've been streaming for so long already, I think I've cultivated like a community that is very accepting, and I've barely ever see like people come in and be really mean. And if they are, then my moderator Kuros is going to ban them really fast. I can't even read it. But I think what where I've experienced a lot of misogyny is mainly during casting esports, which is, I mean, I understand if people don't like my casting style or they don't like me as a person, and that is all fine. But I think there's also just many people that disregard anything that I say as like wrong, because they assume that I don't know what I'm talking about because I'm a woman. And that is so weird, because if they would do a little bit of research, they would know that I am as qualified to talk about like dungeons and raiding.
You're
as
more
any of the other
qualified.
classes are,
Like on
or maybe
any
even
given
more
day, you're gonna have
qualified.
more IO score than them. It made me so mad. Sorry to interrupt, but like
so
it's
weird.
it's so frustrating. I'm like, she's literally has the most experience. Like, look at her Warcraft logs. Like, ah, go
I just
on.
want to
Sorry.
say too as well, like casting is so hard. Like people don't realize how difficult casting is. Like Naguura does such a crazy, amazing job. It's actually hard. Like when I tried it, I was like, wow, I'm never doing this again. This is awful. This is so hard. So she actually does
You
a
did
good
a great job too, though. But yeah, like that really, I mean, I'm used to it nowadays, but I just have I feel like I was used to it more because I was a streamer before I ended up being a caster, so I was used to seeing like these negative kind of things. But I have a feeling that if you're a woman and you want to become a caster and you're not used to like having these kind of public comments about you, then I totally see that any kind of woman would stop immediately, right? Like it's super hard, I think, to become a caster or make it in esports, unless you literally have been spending years and years and years kind of proving yourself, which really shouldn't be the case, because it's not the case for a lot of the guys, right? They can just step into the scene and I'm here and oh, you're awesome, you know, which is weird because as a woman, if you're doing a good job, you should be accepted. You shouldn't be having to you shouldn't have to prove yourself over and over and over and over. And at the end, still there's going to be people who don't believe in what you're saying or still disregard your opinion because you're a woman, even if you have things and achievements to prove that you know what you're talking about. I think that's just so, it's honestly really messed up still when it comes to casting specifically, I think.
Yeah, and just to go off of that as well, what's really annoying is I feel like you and me, Caroline, get compared a lot.
Yes.
With like, which is so ridiculous to me because we have different roles on the desk and we do completely different shows, but for some reason we're always pinned up against each other, and I just think that's so telling as to like where that's coming from. It's like I don't see like Tettles and Zico compared. Like, why are you comparing the two of us? Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, and they're focusing a lot on my looks as well. I feel like I'm sure you get the same thing.
Like,
where
Naguura's
this is
so
not
much
what
hotter
I'm
than
here
I am.
for.
It's like who's asked? Like nobody asked.
Like they're comparing looks, but then also just like really focus on like if I don't know, I have a bad hair day. I was like, what does Naguura look like today? Oh my god, look at her eyebrows, or look at this, or look at that, and I was like, why are you focusing on the way I look? I'm here to talk about the game. You should be focusing on that.
Yeah.
I had the same thing during Race Warfare. They're like, Krala, why are you not smiling? Why you look so dead? You know, like, and I'm like, I'm just focused, guys. I won't smile during the encounters. Like, I'm focused about something else. And so many people asking me why you don't smile, why you look so serious.
I'm sure people saw like what they looked like all the time. It'd be crazy. Like
I was gonna
you're looking at
say,
the
you'd
focus
look like
face.
psycho if you were smiling while you were like on Prague. Like, could you imagine? It'd be weird. All right, well, Callie, do you want to chime in?
I completely forgot what we were talking about.
We did get a little bit off topic.
Got a
Just
little bit
like
off
the
topic.
general perception of people's, like the audience, fans of Race World First, seeing women casting and competing in Race World First.
Oh yeah, so I never ever use my cam. Like this is the first time in like months and months and months that I think the internet has seen my face. I never stream with cam, and the main thing of that is just because people are so like mean with us, that sort of stuff. Like during the race, my first race, people were like not very nice about me. They're like, "Oh, is that like Callie?" And I was getting really badly harassed on my first race, or first TR, and I did really poorly on a boss. And Twitch chat was really, really mean. I'm not gonna lie, it was not very friendly. But recently, like last race or first, and since then, especially since I've become a streamer and been more like confident about myself, Twitch chat has actually been like a lot nicer, which I think is good. I think as well as like I try to surround myself more with good Twitch chats, like and friendly, like sort of things. So it's all good vibes from like nice people. But I don't really use cam that much whenever I'm playing, so I don't think people like notice me being a woman a lot for like the race war first. Because unless they see like Callie in the name, they probably don't even know that it's me.
Yeah.
Because I just don't really have cam on half the time. So I think it's
And it
been,
could
like,
be
a bit
a
weird.
guy, maybe.
Yeah, it could be. Who knows? But yeah.
Yeah. I wonder, do you ever get people that watch your gameplay say you're really good and then they realize you're a woman and backtrack, or do you have any kind of experiences like that?
I made a Twitter post about this a long time ago. I was playing a game with some Mythic Plus dungeons with someone, and at the end of the day, they messaged me and they're like, "Well, I've watched your stream before, and I thought you were just a boosted ego, but you did really well today, and you actually changed my mind." I was just like, "Thank you." Like, is that a compliment? Do you think that's like something I'm meant to say? Like, "Oh, you changed my mind today. I thought you were a boosted ego, but you
It's
changed
so
my
weird.
mind."
Like, I don't know what you're supposed to say to stuff like that. Like, thanks for
It's like,
not
"Oh,
calling.
thank you." I
Yeah.
think.
I just feel like they clearly are admitting that because you're a woman, they were assuming you're bad. And starting with that judgment, how can that be a good thing? Like, even if you ended up proving them wrong in the end, why don't they go in with a neutral perspective like they do with everyone else? Like, why are you assuming I'm bad? Like, that just makes no sense.
Why is it the immediate like, "Oh, we'll play with her because she's a
Mhm.
streamer, but she's probably worse, so we probably need to carry her a bit." And that's what I don't get,
Exactly,
because
yeah.
like, if people take a second to think, like in the race war first, it's
Why
on the
would-
line, right? Like, you're wanting to win. Why would you bring someone to the raid that's not as good as everyone else? Like, they just wouldn't. You just wouldn't bring someone that wasn't meant to be there. So it's always confused me when people say like, "Oh, you're just a token
Just carried.
girl in the guild and you're getting carried." Like, that would never ever happen. You would never ever have someone that was just a weaker link just for the sake of that in the race war first, because there's so much to lose. So
Even if
I
they
always think
wanted
that's
to.
interesting. Yeah, I always think it's weird like when people say that, because you wouldn't just have that there. Like, it's not worth it to them.
No.
I just feel like for them it sounds like a compliment, and they don't even realize that at the start what they thought was sexist. They don't even realize for them it's like normal, because a lot of people used to think like that for a long time. I feel like.
But I also think that's good, like having like this, for example, because I think a lot of people's, like even me in the past, like a lot of my downfall was me being ignorant and like misinformed or just not knowledgeable enough on these sorts of things. So I think like these like roundtables can help, because it does inform people like what is right and what's not right. Because the game community is so toxic and muddled up that people are built and you learn like these bad habits even though you don't notice it. So I think like things like this is good, because it makes you think like, wait, that maybe that's not like normal, maybe that's not something that I should be saying or like reacting to. So
yeah. It's along the lines of I get a lot of comments of like, "Oh, I'm so surprised you're playing Death Knight. I thought girls played healers." It's just like,
yeah.
I don't even feel like that's true. Like, yes, there are women that play healers, but I feel like the women players that I know that play WoW is equally proportionate to the roles of the whole World of Warcraft community. So I don't even know where that stereotype came from. And it's, if you think women are worse at the game, why are you putting them in as a really important role such as a healer? Like, why is that your stereotype? It's weird to me.
Yeah, I also had this issue. People are like, yeah, girls that are playing healer can be decent, but a girl playing melee has to be bad, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I had this, yeah.
It's like, I don't want to play healer. That's too much thinking for me. Like, I just want to play DPS. So I'm gonna melee brain in the back. Cool. All right. Well, let me find the next question here. Let's see. Reception from raiding peers in the narrow community of Race to World First Guilds. I'm actually not sure what this question means. Reception from raiding peers in the narrow community of Race to World First Guilds. I guess just like what your guild has thought of having you on the Race to World First. Does anybody have any experiences that are relatable to that?
I think it's the same what we already talked about a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
It's when people kind of say afterwards, "Oh, like you have convinced me otherwise. Like you're actually better than I thought." Stuff like that I've experienced. Like I felt like I have changed some people's minds.
Yeah.
Towards like other women, which I mean, it shouldn't have been like this in the first place, but I guess like it's a good thing in general. But then at the same time, I also had the experience that, as I said earlier as well, that once I was in like the raceable first guilds, like the ones that actually got like #1, that they cared a lot less about my gender than previous guilds before. because like people in number 1 guilds, they also don't care as much about being benched on a boss, for example, as like a top 50 guild, right? If you're in a top 30, 40, 50 guild, people care a lot about their own like benefit. They care about their own performance. They want to be in, they want to play, and they're not focusing on the goal like as a guild as a whole, as a raid team. And I feel like once you are in like a Race to World First guild, everyone cares about like the greater good, about the raid team winning, right? So that's why people also focus a lot less about the person behind the character, and they just like they see you perform well, that makes sense, so you're raiding, right? It's like that's something that I've experienced in Erasable First, but in other guilds like semi-hardcore guilds or like stepping stone guilds to the Erasable First, it definitely was a lot worse, and people just always assumed that I'm worse because I'm a woman.
Yeah. Well, Corella, Callie, do you have anything to add to this one before we move on?
No, it's like pretty much the same, I think.
Okay. Now that you guys are kind of in the public and you're sort of prominent female figures in the Race World First community, do you have any situations that stick out in your mind, be it positive, be it negative? Callie, do you want to start with you? Just anything that you want to talk about?
As in just like being around, I think, like,
Yeah,
is
just
that
like,
what you mean?
yeah, just now that you're kind of a public facing figure, any Race World First experiences in particular you want to highlight?
Just like, I think this Race World First in whole is just like such a unique experience. Like, I genuinely think that the entire thing is just like great, and I'm so happy that my peers as well are so like supportive and like nice and friendly. I think like I like when my first Race World First, like I'm pretty sure I've heard someone else say this as well. Race World First is like the horrible, terrifying month, and also like the best and most incredible month ever. Like it's always so much fun, like because there's so many ups, but there's also so many downs. But I think
Especially
I'm, like,
this
thankful
last
that my
one.
peers were good. Yeah, this last one was a long one. Should have called marathon World First,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
race. Like it was so long. But I think like yeah, I don't know. I don't really have much to say to it.
It's all right. Corella?
Yeah, also pretty much the same, like Race to Orphers. Like insane. I don't think I would still play the game if I wasn't competing for Race to Orphers, because it's like I like it so much, and it's also super stressing, of course. And I'm just so happy now that I feel accepted for once. From 2 years, I've been accepted, and that wasn't the case back then. So I'm really grateful for this now. Yeah.
Naguura?
I think some of the things that happens, like, because again, like I'm not competing anymore. Like I'm not nearly as good as Corella and Kali anymore nowadays. But I think what happened with the Race to First is something that like was like the best thing for me personally, because I was always like pushing towards it becoming a broadcast and becoming like a big thing at the actual tournament. And once it ended up happening, I was just so happy for the players. And when I saw Corella and Kali and other women competing in the actual race, I couldn't have been happier. Like to see this happening in like my lifetime, and I'm still being around. It's just so cool. And then the things that happened to me after my career in Race to Well First, I just felt so. I don't know how to say this, but I tried to achieve things throughout like my streaming career and my WoW career, and I felt like I never really managed to prove myself properly. And then there were people and organizations and companies that accepted me and gave me opportunities, like Team Liquid getting me in as a content creator, and then of course also Blizzard approaching me to cast DMDI, and other companies to let me cast the Race to Well First. And I'm so thankful to all of these people that actually support women and supported me personally to kind of realize the thing that I'm, or to make it happen that I'm where I am right now, which is just amazing. And I'm so grateful. I'm grateful to all of you, of course.
Yeah, it's definitely not something that I think you can do alone, really. I feel like a lot of people watching from home may be like, what can I do to sort of help situations like this? And I don't think any of us, at least speaking for myself, could get here where we are today without just the people that supported us and were, you know, supportive of just being a positive in World of Warcraft's, I don't know, individual in the community. So I think that's really good that you've had so much help along the way. Follow-up question then, I'll start with Cruella again, or just anyone that has an answer really. Do you feel like what's your favorite part about being a woman in the World of Warcraft community?
That's a tough question. I actually don't know. Some people are kind, but I also feel like it's usually bad because they are waiting for something else, you know. But yes, some people are like kind and they're like, yeah, I give you this, don't worry, take it. And I'm like, no, take it. And they're like, no. And usually some people are like more kind towards a girl, but I also feel like it's hiding something else, and it's usually
It's like a
really bad.
patronizing way.
Yeah. Also this, when it's just a little, it's really nice, but when it gets more and more, like, super bad. I don't know how to feel about this, to be fair.
That's all right. Callie, Naguura, do you have any?
So I just wanted to say that I don't think there's like any super particular things where I felt like, oh my god, I'm so glad I'm a woman in WoW.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It's mostly like negative things and not really positive things. But the one thing I guess that is positive is that you find other women that have the same issues, and you kind of like make friends that way. And I feel like it also made me personally better as a person, like as a human being, because I went through all of this stuff. I realized so much more how hard some people have it in certain situations in life, and it made me more acceptant towards others and made me more empathetic, I guess, and trying to understand others. And I think that just made me a better person. So I guess that's a good thing.
Yeah, I can relate to that. Callie?
Yeah, like Naguura said, like I swear my personal growth from this has been like crazy. I think the last, even especially the last 2 years, changing from the person I was 2 years ago to now, and also just like being like able to meet all these like wonderful other women and others, and just being able to like connect with them, like even just having this conversation, it's weird because like only 3 of us truly have actually experienced that, and if you compare that to how many people there is, it's kind of wild. So it's kind of nice to have like people to actually talk about, and it's also great to be almost like Naguura was for me, like someone that can encourage others
Yeah.
to do this as well, and just being almost like a figurehead for that sort of stuff, and just trying to push as well, making it more equal, and just make sure people are more valued and stuff like that. I feel like that's a really good feeling. It always feels good when someone says, oh, like you really inspired me, and I think you're like great. I think I did this because of you, and that feels so amazing.
Yeah.
Agree.
Yeah. Also, you say only 3, but I think there are some women like in Alpha and Skyline, I think, right? I think they've got a healer.
I think so. There were also other women, like before, like there was a woman in Paragon, for example. Like that was even before my time. Xenofix is her name. There was also another woman in Method before I joined. She played a shaman, but I forgot her name, unfortunately. There was also some women in Blood Legion as well. So they were women like here and there. But
you guys are the most public,
so
for sure,
many
though.
more, right?
Yeah. Yes. No, and I mean, I was gonna say the same thing. Also, I feel like this doesn't even apply to really just Race World First or raiding. I feel like any woman in World of Warcraft, I just instantly have like a bit of a bond with them because we've almost like trauma bonded in a way. It's like you've been through it, I've been through it, like we're friends now. You know, obviously all women that you come across in this community aren't going to be like an amazing person. There are bad people everywhere, but I just feel like from my experience, girls in general gravitate towards each other a little bit harder in this community than they would in like an IRL situation or something like that. It's like we've got each other's back, and I really love that. So I feel like we're all just like besties, or at least that's how I would hope to see it. So I think that's most of our questions. This is kind of a final one, and then I think we have some submitted from the community. But what advice would you give to other women that are hoping to make it to the level that you three have made it to? And Naguura, I can start with you.
I think one advice I already talked about a little bit before. It's where at the start, when I was starting out, I would constantly try to convince these other people that I'm actually good at the game, and that is a motivator as well. But I do think that it like hurts you mentally eventually once you realize that it's impossible. So I think rather than focusing on convincing others, you should just really focus on your own goal. And it's a harsh truth, but you're probably gonna have people that make your path really difficult, and people are constantly gonna try to like bring you down, and it's gonna be tough. But I think if you focus on your own goal that you want to achieve, whatever it is that you want to achieve, then just stick to it and focus on your own performance, on your own improvement, and then you'll make it.
Yeah. Cruella?
Yeah, if I want to give one advice is don't give up. And I know it's super hard. Like, for example, this guild that wanted to refuse me, I spammed the guild master and I asked for like voice, and I asked for explanations. Like, no, you cannot just say that to me, that because I'm a girl, I cannot be accepted. Like, I really spammed this guy, and at last, like, at the end, he invited me, and that was really painful. Doing this, I felt like I was, he was bored of getting some messages from me asking to join the guild and stuff. But yeah, don't give up, and don't listen to people who are trying to put you down just because of your gender.
Callie?
I think my advice is just like, if you're motivated, you should push through the terrible. But I think you should also surround yourself with friends, like true friends who are going to support you and they're going to stick up for you and even like just believe you. That's something that I learned as well is never stay in a guild where you're not valued, you're not treated equally, and you're not viewed as like just as much of a gamer as everyone else. You should definitely like know your worth and never ever settle in a guild just because like the rank is better or they didn't mean it. Like no rank is worth your mental health or your happiness or just feeling like general safe. Like you should definitely always just know your worth. Good things come to those that like work hard, and just surround yourself with like good people, be a better person. And I think that's like a big thing. Just always just never let yourself be treated poorly just because you feel like that's how it should be, just because everyone else makes you feel that way. So definitely just like believe in yourself and like work hard for yourself, I think.
I love that. Very true. Also, I thought of another benefit of being a woman in gaming. It's that any convention you go to, the women's bathroom is going to be empty. There'll be no lines.
That is true.
Like the men's bathroom, the line is always out the door of BlizzCon. And I just like walk right in. Sometimes I'll see another girl and I'll be like, "What's up? Your cosplay's cute," and then, that's it. But yeah, that's obviously just lovely advice for all of you guys all around. So here's the first question that we got from Twitch chat. What can/should Blizzard, Twitch, or members of the community do to combat the rampant discrimination and harassment? I can just open that up to anyone. I know that's like a tough question, and this is one I get asked a lot, and I never really know how to answer it. So I guess personally, I would say at an individual level, it's definitely like calling out behavior when you see it and not being silent. Because I think for me, there's a lot of situations where if someone had just said something, it would have made me a lot more comfortable and it would have probably kind of nipped that behavior in the butt pretty quickly. So, but if anybody has any other comments on this one, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I think what you said is incredibly important because a lot of people just stay silent because they want to stay out of drama, basically, and they don't want to have anything to do with it. So they are basically thinking, oh, I am not the problem. This other person said this bad thing or did this bad thing towards this woman or this gender minority person, and I'm just gonna like say nothing, right? But then you're kind of like not really enabling it, but if you're not speaking up, it's going to be incredibly hard to change everyone's thought process if everyone is going to just if this kind of behavior is just being accepted, because what you're doing by not speaking up against it is kind of accepting it, right? By staying silent, and the person that was being sexist, that person is kind of being encouraged to keep on saying things like that, to keep on doing things like that if you don't speak up. And it doesn't necessarily, like, speaking up doesn't mean that you have to literally like kick the person out of the guild or out of your team or whatever. You can literally just say, hey dude, that's not cool, just don't.
Mhm.
Right? It
Yeah.
doesn't have to be a huge fight. You can literally just say like a quick word and be like, no. And that might be enough already for that person to just not act this way anymore. And when it comes to the companies, like what Twitch could do or what Blizzard could do specifically, I just think they could increase their kind of moderation when it comes to both Twitch and the game as well. Blizzard could be better with banning people for these kind of behaviors, because I think they're definitely lacking in that department. And I think Twitch is definitely improving stuff a lot on the website by having these shared ban lists, for example, and stuff like that always helps, I think.
I love the shared ban lists. Yeah. No, I agree with the moderation too. I feel like so many times I report account and that just nothing happens. And obviously Blizzard and Twitch can't like fix people's behavior, but they can do small stuff like that. Like maybe not necessarily turning women into fruit bowls, but like, ban some accounts every once in a while, I think would be good. Corella, Callie, anything?
Yes, so they did improve like Blizzard, but I also agree that they can do better. I think it's 1 year ago they allow us to, when you ignore someone, it ignores the whole account. Before that, I would ignore a character and he will lock to a level 1 character and still insult me and harass me. So this is better, but it can still improve. And also, I remember a drama, it was maybe 2 years ago, it was about RBG teams. I saw a clip, and it's like a guy is like insulting a girl on voice and nobody's saying anything. And I feel like if you continuing playing with this type of people, like there are clearly RBG teams that are super toxic. And if you play with them, you're kind of accepting, like you're not saying anything when you see this kind of sexism. And in a way, you're also guilty, I feel
Yeah.
like.
No, you're kind of like condoning that behavior in a way. So
yeah,
I think that makes sense. Callie?
No, just like what everyone else said, like you should never like be silent about mistreatment. You should always like support one another, and people should just stick up for everyone else. Because if you swap shoes, I'm sure you wouldn't want to sit there and listen like to these horrible things and all your friends in silence and stuff like that. So just I think that like that was all covered.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that is gonna wrap things up. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'll go in the reverse order if you guys want to do any final thoughts or shout outs or anything like that before we head out. Callie, we can go with you first.
I just want to say thank you for having me on here. I feel like this is very much out of my comfort zone, especially with like camera and stuff like that, but I felt like very safe to like talk about these things. So thank you to the mods as well. I haven't been reading chat, but I'm sure they've been doing a great job. And thank you to you three as well for like having this talk with me. I think like this is such a good start to like a lot of good things, as long as people take this information and do good things with it as well. I hope people are informed from this a little bit more. And I'm also always available to, you can at me in the Liquid Women in Warcraft like Discord if you have questions or anything like that. Like I'm more than willing to talk about it more. But yeah.
Corella?
Also really thankful for being like invited to this talk, and also like creating such a roundtable. Super happy to be able to maybe raise some awareness about this topic, which is really important. And I'm like super happy for being like with you girls, like being just like answered to do this. So thank you so much, and also thank you for all the mods, all the people who are behind the scenes, and also for thank you for the all the kind comments, because I've been reading a bit sometimes the chats, and a lot of people are really kind, and so thank you a lot.
Naguura?
Yeah, so I also wanted to thank Team Liquid and of course Women in Warcraft to be putting this together and generally just pushing the issue and like helping us to get our voices out there and to have these kind of roundtables and conversations, which is awesome. And I also wanted to thank all the other organizations in WoW esports that are doing the same thing and just kind of helping out. And to all the people, like all the people that are watching, that are supporting this, and every single one of you that is watching right now that has ever like spoken up to like in like a friend group or like in game against someone that has been treating other people unfairly, you're the best. You're the GOAT. Okay, keep on doing that.
Yeah.
And that's amazing. And thanks to
Love it.
LWIW because you're awesome.
Can we do something? Can we do like connect our cameras with like a?
Wait, I'm trying to. Oh no.
You two, Corella and Naguura will have to.
This
do
is so
two.
difficult.
2 hands.
Like that?
Yeah, double hands in the center. Wait, is
This is so hard.
You're like these female
There's a
gamers
lag,
can't even
so-
make a heart. Wait.
Okay.
There we go.
Wait.
You
I
guys
think
gave
mine's
up.
like mirrored.
Yeah, it is weird. Callie, get your hand up. No, you only need one hand, Callie.
Well, maybe this one next
Like
to me.
so hard.
No,
This?
yeah, that's close enough. All right, well, thank you everyone so much, and hopefully we'll see you for the next one, and hopefully we'll actually be on the Team Liquid channel. So thank you, Naguura, for letting us commandeer your Twitch channel. Follow us on Liquid Guild at Twitter as well as Team Liquid, and we will see you for the next one. Have a great rest of your week.
Thank you. Bye bye.